little bit late today. Sorry about that. Had an issue with YouTube. Weird error. There we go. Oh. Very weird error. There we go. I hope today we can finish up the merchant. Hopefully, we don't run into errors like yesterday or bugs. Random ass bugs that I still can't explain. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm mostly happy with her second encounter. You know, we'll have to do a full test run through with her. Don't go anywhere. So, come here. No? Okay. It got lost in my keyboard. I will rescue it. Oh, it went further in. Oh no. Oh, Kurva. Get out! Great, now it's got a whole bunch of shit on it. I'm supposed to put this in my mouth. I think it's okay. Let me make doubly sure. No issues. Okay, we look fine. Let's pull her encounters open. We have a couple of things. We should finish up writing her third encounter, which I don't imagine will be too complicated because it isn't complicated. It really isn't. Yeah, we'll have to. Let me think here. No, it should be fine. Should be doable. We'll see. We finished up with this yesterday, and I'm mostly happy with how it is, but we might find some areas where we need to expand a little bit more than usual or fix up some things. So that'll just require a run through to feel good. Merchant E3 has nothing set up. E1 is, I think, mostly tested and it felt fine. The only weird thing is still with the actual ending of dialogue. Although this is not a problem with the merchant, it's more just a problem with our system. Since I think that some... Well, I could always just add stuff here, like... Merchant will leave. Maybe a little breaking of immersion, but at least the player knows that the merchant will leave when they select that button. We'll do it here too. As opposed to this one, which is, you know, that you will just close the dialogue. Although we have that as the, you know, the button in the upper right hand corner, right? The little X. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. And I think her lore loop is okay for now, too. That's where the bug we had yesterday we had to fix. For some reason, our stage completion check is not working. And I don't know why. Because the logic of it, the return value, you know, it's a very simple check. It's just does an array contain an item. Yes or no. And, you know, we had a false and a true check here. And a false and a true were being passed through for both checks, but it just was not going to the next dialogue node. So, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what was going on. Very weird. Okay, so we put in dialogue here to handle her mentioning the engagement if you happen not to talk about this until after the first stage is complete. So that's good. I think that our third encounter should likely just contain a quick update on that if you have talked about Brant. Although she could always mention that she's, you know, she's just got married and is going to go start a life up north, so this is the last time you'll see her. Let's get our NPC files open too. Sorry, I'm still going to wake up, so if I just seem a little out of it. I didn't sleep super well last night. I don't know why. And we still have some bugs to fix up regarding the spawning of NPCs. For some reason, yeah, NPCs with weight of 0 are being spawned. So I think I just gotta fix up the spawning logic a little bit. And I could fix up the 2 issues here. They're pretty quick. Merchant's still spawning 100 potions first encounter. Should be a quick fix. Done. And sand lizards being called, or yeah, we need to fix up sand lizards being called dune striders. Well, other way around, technically. Okay, dune striders listed here. Dune strider. I'll keep this one saying lizard. Okay, and that issue is fixed too. I just kept forgetting to fix that. Okay. Where is her encounter? The spawn conditions do seem to be a little messed up here. Let me add here, because I'm going to keep her not spawning until Spoon shows up. For the full game, but for testing, so I'll just write here, it's not a bug, but it's just something I need to do. Merchant 1, put back spawning after Thief 1. Okay, Merchant 2 requires Merchant 1. He needs to be alive. She needs to want to trade. That looks okay. However, this one, this third stage, needs to be set to Merchant E2 complete. It needs to be alive, removed from list if no longer met. Gotta make sure that's set here too. What that does is it checks, so if an NPC is killed, it'll run this check again in between each spawning just to make sure, hey, is this still a valid encounter? Otherwise, if this is checked, then it will say, oh, character's not alive anymore, remove this encounter, even though it previously passed the spawning conditions. Merchant 1 wants to trade. Do I set her to not want, I want to set her to not want to trade after the whole fear and frenzy thing, so she'll come back once, but she's not going to come back a third time. But I need to do that through narrative. She'll still come back if you give a bad potion, but if you deliberately do something like this, well, it kind of gives you stern warning. She's pretty forgiving. Maybe we'll just leave it as it is. Especially for prototype, not be too punishing. Okay, Merchant 3. Well, we will immediately need a couple of things. Merchant 1 E3. He is listed as a merchant. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so let's initialize a choice for have greeted. Merchant 1 greeted E3. False. Okay, set this to true. That'll go to the main bit of the dialogue. Otherwise, she'll have her standard greeting, but if you've heard of Branch, she might just fill you in, or she'll ask you if you want to be filled in on those happenings. So maybe we'll do that here. I'm sorry for yawning. It takes me a couple hours to fully wake up. Okay, this would be true. Doesn't help that I listen to Jeremy Soule soundtracks too while developing. Like, it kind of helps me get in the trance of working, but it also is really relaxing. Really relaxing, and it's like, I just kind of want to just veg here. Skyrim soundtrack. Tempting. Tempting. Okay. So let's write the Brant one first. Hello again, Alchemist. Hope you're having a lovely day. Jesus Christ be praised. Hey Lazarla. How's it going? How's your game stuff going? So focused on Pokemon. Well, you and all the other people rating Costco's apparently. Not that I think you're one of those people, but Jesus Christ. You know, I thought it was ridiculous when I was a kid and people were stealing Pokemon cards from each other's lockers at school. Apparently, that hasn't stopped. Apparently, people are still spending inordinate amounts of money on Pokemon cards for some reason. I mean, a lot of the videos, thankfully, are just people viciously grabbing them, and then that's it. But the ones that devolve into fights are like, come on. I can understand wanting something bad, but there is a line. And you did cross it. Glaceon isn't worth it. Lysion, so why are people wanting Glaceon? What does it do for the TCG? Is he overpowered? Is it Blue Eyes White Dragon or whatever the fuck it is? That just sounds like an Aryan dragon. The Yu-Gi-Oh card, I know. What was the name of that stupid dragon in Yu-Gi-Oh? Wait, it was Blue Eyes White Dragon. What a champ of a card. That is one of Eevee's branching evolutions. Oh yeah, it is, you're right. So they didn't have a card of Glaceon before? I find that hard to believe. Oh, the newest set's focused around those guys? Around Eevees or around Glaceons as a whole? So it's like a Glaceon build deck card game thing. Is it like a really powerful deck or something in the TCG? Is it overpowered? Yeah, but a set hasn't been dedicated to them, okay. So people are looking for shiny, chromatic Glaceons, right? They hold up the cards to the camera. Oh my god! It's fucking shiny Glaceon! Yes! Yes! Is that what people are hoping for? All the evolutions are big hits, but the biggest is Umbreon. So have they done an Umbreon themed set yet? Or are we in for an even worse experience at Costco? 400? Jesus Christ. You know, the one thing I hope that Costco can do in other places is just put a, you know, put somebody there and say, look, it's one per person. That's it. One per person, you wait in line. And you can start waiting in line, you know, an hour before they go. But that's how we're doing it. Fortunately, you won't be seeing me again. But that's because I'm on my way back from Golden Wastes to go live permanently in Frostfallow with Sir Brant. Okay, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. Wonderfully, technically should be. Wonderfully with 2 L's? Yeah, it is. In front of a fire? Oh, damn cold. You're in Texas, right? I had I have another friend from Texas, and he mentioned that got their first snow in a long while. Hopefully the energy grid isn't experiencing some things that it's experienced in the past. When was this? When was the snow? I don't remember. He mentioned that it was pretty recently. Hey, Rex co-worker. How you doing, man? How you doing, Rex? Hope we don't have another freeze? Yeah, right. Rex. Dude, it's so stupid. It's like, when would you ever name yourself Rex co-worker? Like, what would, you know, what would be the origin story of that? Oh yeah, I have a co-worker. His name's Rex. So I decided to name myself that for decades. I don't know, yet so many people read my name as it. I mean, it could just be one of those streamer things. Once you get behind the camera, you can't pronounce anybody's name. Pretty sure the freeze was, yeah, the freeze in 2021 was the one that shut down the power grid. Which, to be fair, you know, it's just not something that Texas was prepared for. It was very unfortunate, though. Kalalix, hey, how you doing? Thank you for the moan. Hope you appreciate the nice, beautiful black men behind me when that happens. If that's still working, I hope it's still working.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, what was I reading? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Suppose it might be unwanted me to share my happy news. I also wanted to mention that I won't be visiting as I'm moving hold on. I'll be visiting again as I'm moving up to Frozen Fallow to live with Sir Brant. Okay, sorry about that. We don't have too much dialogue to write today, but we will have to do some testing today and make sure all this flows properly. And there aren't any bugs or typos, which there will be bugs and typos. But we'll get through it. You start working on the main floor of my house so we keep a fire running 24 hours a day. Ugh. Well, as long as you can not freeze to death. Hopefully it'll pass soon. You know what, I'll do this. I'm happy for you, but let's just talk business for now. Got some snow last night. Pretty crazy. Did it melt quickly? Oh, it did melt, okay. Let's focus on your good news instead of my bad news. Instead of my bad. Focus on your good news instead of my, you know, I'll just put bad news there too. Okay, let's put in some nodes over here to jump to when we're done. Should only need 2 of them. Okay, so you can just kind of jump into the mix if you want to be rude to her. That's fine. (2025) year of the bully. I think that's the official Chinese calendar. Okay, let's focus on your good news instead of my bad news. So she'll jump into a little bit of her story about Sir Brandt. Wow, that's so sudden. What's summer again? I want my prototype to be complete. Then I'll be happy for summer. Start having calls with crazy publishers. Ray464, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a nice Wednesday, January 22nd. That's the day. God, these weeks go by fast. It is the 22nd. It's the 22nd and Stargate was announced last night. Crazy. What got you into game dev? That's a good question. I think it'll be a kind of a boring answer, but I love games. I've always loved games, and I just want to make games that not only I will enjoy playing, but that other people enjoy playing, and hopefully I can put them up for a fair price and just make people fall in love with gaming the same way that games I played made me fall in love with it. That's it. It's all about giving back in the way that I feel developers gave me those experiences early on as a kid, and still give me those experiences. But I want to do it in a way that is fair and ethical for customers. So, you know, no loot boxes, NFTs, blockchain, pay for convenience, microtransactions, day one DLC, none of the stuff that I feel is anti-consumer or taking advantage of people's wallets. We make premium games, we sell them for a fair price in all regions, and then you get the game and it's yours to do with as you want. Like very good values? I hope so. I hope that the players don't reject those values in favor of maybe more corporate ones. Let's put it this way, for us, hearing that GTA 6 might cost $100 and set a new precedent for pricing in games is not something I want to hear. And regardless of whether or not $100 becomes the normal price for games, it won't mean that I'll increase my prices. Microtransactions. Yeah, we don't do that. No ads, no microtransactions. You buy our game, you get our game, that's it. That's the end of the transaction there, and then you have your game and you can do whatever you want with it. If you want to cheat with it, if you want to make porn mods of it, go for it. I encourage it. No DRM either. Beyond Steam's required, just Steamworks, but that gets cracked in a day, so if you want to pirate our games, I just hope that you enjoy the game, and maybe a sale later down the line can encourage you to support us financially too. But no pressure. Been working hard and saving up money for us to buy a small cottage. What's the word for when you make a request of like a king or a noble? There's a word for it. You are like, would it be soliciting? Do you see any games competing with GTA 6 this year? I don't think any games can compete with GTA 6 in general. I mean, not to say that there aren't going to be games that will be popular, but I don't think there will be any game as popular this year as GTA 6, and it won't even be close. Let me see 2025 releases. Of course, we have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I think that that will be quite big, but again, nowhere near as large as GTA 6. Avowed is going to depend entirely on how well it reviews, in my opinion. Monster Hunter Wilds will be quite large. Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think only Ubisoft thinks that that will be a big hit. To be fair, some of the, like, just, if we ignore characters, controversies, and whatever, some of the gameplay of Shadows looks quite refined. I just don't think that people are going to... I don't think it's going to sell super crazy well. But I could be wrong. What else do we have? Double Dragon. Yeah, the new Yakuza game comes out this year too, and that could be quite interesting. To be announced. Borderlands 4, man, I hope that's gonna be good, but I just don't know. Here's the thing: if they make a really good story for Borderlands 4, that will sell well. That will sell quite well. Because they've always done pretty well with their combat, so it really is going to come down to whether or not they can improve upon the villains of Borderlands 3. Which is not a very high bar to go above. Player Obscure Expedition 33. If you guys haven't heard of that, I think that looks quite interesting. So we'll see what that looks like. That could be a nice new IP that hits the market. Crimson Desert. Why does this one sound familiar to me? Pearl Abyss. I know those people. Oh, Black Desert. Okay, yep. Okay. Doom Dark Ages. Again, that's going to depend on the gameplay. But I feel like that will be quite successful financially. Without a doubt. Dune, Elden Ring. Elden Ring Night Rain will sell well. I think that will do... Oh, compared to Elden Ring. You know, I don't know. Compared to the main game of Elden Ring, I think that Night Rain will probably sell at least 66% of the copies of Elden Ring. But we'll see. It might even sell more. It depends on how well it's priced and how good the gameplay is. However, will it compete with Grand Theft Auto 6? No. No, I don't know how anything could compete with that. The new Fable game, that's going to depend on how good it reviews for story. Even if the gameplay is kind of meh. Ghost of Yotei could be quite big, but it's only on PS5. Still, it will probably do pretty well. New Greedfall game is kind of cool. Killing Floor 3, Little Nightmares 3, what else we got? New Metroid Prime. Whoa. Turn, Tax Day. Yet another MMO that will probably release, have pretty high player count, and then just sink into oblivion. We'll see though. What's that new MMO that was announced? There was one new MMO that I thought could do quite well. There was like a big trailer for it. Oh god, I can't remember. Any interest in Riot's MMO? I guess we'll see if that ever gets made. Oh, it was Arcade Chronicles. I'm very, very curious about this. Too many MMOs, don't keep track of them anymore. Yeah, the gameplay trailer of this, or the trailer of this, which seemed to include gameplay, looked very interesting from my point of view.
How did it feel to learn the truth about the night sky tragedy?
I mean, and yeah, it's one thing to say that an MMO looks good, and this does. But what we see here looks like rather legitimate gameplay, just without the HUD. So I'm not going to trust it completely yet, but we'll see. And this too, I feel, is...
It must be the will of your beloved mother.
I don't know. Like, some of this could be... I mean, this is, of course, staged for a trailer, right? So these players running by, I mean, they could just be thrown in there and then told to walk a path. It's very possible. But the trailer has got me interested enough that I will very much look forward to gameplay. So I mean, yeah, if like for instance this battle here, if this is actually just HUD off, you know, developers playing against this boss here, this looks good. I think it looks pretty cool.
If you survive this trial, perhaps
I'm curious.
you might become one of us.
I don't know if that's releasing this year though. I guess we'll see. Still, I'm intrigued. But no, I don't see anything competing with GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to be set new records for sales, 100%. And whenever it comes out, we will be playing it on stream, of course, like the rest of Twitch. But if Riot's MMO is good, maybe I'll check that out too. I don't know. I've tried quite a few MMOs recently, and they're all just, I don't know. They don't do it for me. Only one I still play is old school RuneScape. He's petitioned. Would the king be, you know, maybe petition the king for a small plot of land in Frozen Fallow to set up a marketplace and caravan network, and I'll be in charge of it. Isn't that exciting? Last MMO you played was Black Desert. I heard the Black Desert was pretty fun, but it was mainly a like super grindy pay to win thing for people who like to do dress up on their characters. That's just what I've heard. If you have if you like to spend money in a MMO to make your character look good, Black Desert had you covered. Hey, Buster D. It was fun, you had to spend some? Fair enough. Did PAX Day come out though? Because I thought that PAX Day was already out in like some early access thing. And it was meant to be a sandbox where it was like a player-driven economy. Blah, blah, blah. Do you know the main reason GTA comes out on console first? I don't know, Ray, but they've been doing that ever since GTA... No, Red Dead Redemption 1. Right? So I'm wondering if maybe they set up some long-term exclusivity deal with PlayStation and Xbox like a long time ago that is still valid. Maybe like, hey, the next 5 games we make will be released on consoles first for an exclusive year. Red Dead Redemption 1 did come to PC recently. I don't know what the deal looks like, but I bet that they have some deal, because there's no reason that they would make their game for consoles only when the PC market is going to net them a massive amount of money. So I do have a PS5, just a regular one. Will play GTA 6. And then I'll probably spend the money to buy it on PC again later at some point, so. What was I looking up? PAX Day. Yeah, so this was out already. Wasn't it just lacking in a ton of features on release? I don't know anything about this game. 1 to 2 years too early. Well, that's how most games release these days. All your progress will be reset once we release. Well, run forever to find nodes. Run back, craft, rinse and repeat. Combat sucks. Sick of deer and bears. Can't ride a mount, can't make a wagon. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like it just released way too early. That sounds about right. That's how most people's MMOs want to be. You can build anywhere, you can do anything. And then it's like, oh, we have a building system and character customization. And that's about it. That's about it. They don't think about anything else. It's super hard not to spoil the game for myself. Yeah, I feel like if I try to wait on GTA 6, I'll get spoiled. It's gonna be impossible. Might just be a workload thing, because they tend to really optimize things for PC. It might be. At least the nice thing is that the console versions of GTA and Red Dead Redemption run extremely well. And they are some of the best in the industry for making their games work on controllers. I mean, if you've ever played Red Dead Redemption 2 with a controller, you'll know what I mean. It's incredible how many actions and how well they develop their radial menus to work with controller. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, well, it sounds like a lot of responsibility, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as well. Definitely on both accounts. To take up any more of your time. So would you like to... We'll do this, but I don't want to take up any more of your time. I think Unity is a bad engine. I think that every game engine is largely dependent on how well the developers make the use of it. So no, I think every engine can be made to make exceptional games. Absolutely all of them. It just depends on how well a developer utilizes the technology and works around some of the weird kinks and quirks. Now, objectively, there are some engines with pretty significant bugs or issues, but Unity, Unreal, nah, they're pretty standard. Now, the leadership of Unity as a company, I think, has been quite negative. Well, let's also put a save choice here that we've greeted the NPC. True. And we'll copy these events up to here. That section should work. If the player hasn't heard of Brant, she will mention it, but in a different way. More of like a more formal way, less personal, less informal, since you didn't really care to ask or get to know her, so it's more just you're in like a professional relationship and you don't really have any personal connection to the merchant. Ever played Tarkov? The game runs horribly. I've not played Tarkov. I heard that it's essentially, you know, very heavily inspired by Stalker, but multiplayer, but I'm not a big fan of PvP in most cases. And I hadn't really heard I don't know, I'd heard mixed things. Some people love Tarkov, some people don't like it, but I used to play a lot of PvP games, but this was back in the day of like Battlefield 3, 4, Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 was probably the last large PvP game that I played quite heavily. Game runs horribly. What is Tarkov made on? Is that Unreal? Unity. Interesting. Unity is a very capable and expandable engine, but it does have, or it doesn't have a lot of the out-of-the-box tools that Unreal has. It's the most unoptimized game we've ever played. Perhaps they just don't have very good engine programmers, I don't know. I don't know what Unity is looking like in terms of base performance these days, so I'm not sure. But Unity has made some other very good games, or people have used Unity to make some good games. All of the Endless games, for instance, are made on Unity. Cuphead. Pokemon Go Genshin is made in Unity as well. Oh yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest. You know, I forgot that was. Both of the Ori games. Metal Hellsinger. Pillars of Eternity. Outer Wilds. Yeah, some pretty damn good games have made in Unity. But I guess they just, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if they have bad devs or they're being limited by Unity itself. There might be a bit of both in the case of that. You know, they're making a large scale. Would you consider it an MMO or just, I guess, a multiplayer game? But, well, regardless, there could be a bit of both. You know, for instance, Unreal has the benefit of Fortnite. So Epic themselves are making a large MMO in their own engine. So you'll often see that not only a lot of the basic features are meant to support games similar to that in terms of scale or what it's going to accomplish, but you'll also see that I think Unreal makes better short-term and long-term progress on their engine because they have a, you know, massively successful game that they're making within that engine itself. So they have a financial incentive to keep updating and making the engine better and perform better. And I think Unity should have done something similar. I mean, that was one of the greatest choices by Epic. Hey, Andres. How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Or just a simple hello. Good day. Right, this will be my last trip for the foreseeable future. Now, foreseeable, F-O-R-E, seeable or F-O-R-seeable? F-O-R-E, okay, I did it right. Any experience in web dev? No. No. Definitely not. I mean, if I have to do a little bit of HTML or CSS, I can do like super basic, but amateur levels only. I can make those old home pages that you would make for your pet back in the early 2000s. I'm moving up north permanently. How'd you start learning this industry? I hesitate to use the word self-taught because I've had a lot of mentors along the way, but I got into this industry by being self-taught and modding for games, which I think has helped to cement my desire to, you know, make sure that communities of gamers aren't left out or insulted, as is seemingly very common these days. For some reason, our industry is attracting more and more people who hate gamers and games for some reason. I don't know why. Here, Mixo. I used C# for 10 years and went into Unity first for this journey, and within a week of using it, decided to just learn C++ UE5 instead. Didn't like Unity. I mean, I also had similar feelings where I started learning. It was, I think, like about a year before Unreal Engine 4 came out, which, when was that? It was probably in 2012 or 2013 I started to try using Unity for the first time. And it was horrible. At least at that time, it was very, very raw. You had to know a lot about programming to really get anything basic started. And it just wasn't a great version of the engine. Not that UDK was significantly different, but Unreal Engine 4 was so different that the moment I jumped into it, and because of all the templates and free assets they provided, it was so much easier to just get going, especially with blueprints. So maybe if I had stuck around with the Unity and C#, maybe I would have, progressed more with that, but nah, blueprints and Unreal just kind of took it off for me, and I was able to actually make something. Even though they were very simple, I can show you some of my first things I ever made in this. You see, let me go to my LinkedIn profile. Yeah, here. Video unavailable. Video's private. It shouldn't be private. It's kind of weird. This is one of first projects I made. Was I took some rocks and I made a little level where you walk from up here down through a door and then down a little hole that spawns you into a new level. That's it. And this took me, I was super proud of this. This took me a long time, but this rock in the air would spin. I set up all the blocking very rudimentally. You can see this 2015, five years ago almost. And there were some crystals in here that would emit some particles. Look, I was so proud of these. Crazy. Absolutely wild. But you got to get started somewhere. And 10 years later, here I am making something significantly more complex and large in scope than that. So, I think that if I need to apply to get a new job, I showing that journey from, the 10 years difference will be very important for selling myself like a prostitute. Hey, Junks. I've done is get my lighting set up and make a terrain and mess around with the brush yesterday. Tuesdays are horrible for me. 12-hour workday. Jesus. Yeah, I had no energy. I understand. 100% understand. But hey, getting your lighting set up in your terrain, that's really good. Especially if you can buy a pack with a landscape material already made. A good landscape master material, and then you can just paint and sculpt to your heart's content. Or if you want to make your own, although I don't know how to do that at all. Oh, well, then let's do some trading before that happens. Class I'm following is trying to get me to use the hyper-realistic UE5 assets that I don't want to, so I'm gonna find my own materials today. Oh, like the built-in Unreal Engine 5 ones? You could probably find some. Although I know for us, the ones we're using are the Dreamscape ones. So if you buy one of these packs, I don't know what the prices are because they don't show me. But they have those built-in master materials that are stylized, so. Quixel Bridge stuff where they take photos. Oh, like the photo scans. Yeah, those are... I mean, they look good. But yeah, they're very hyper-realistic. Act 2 would be nice. You can get these for pretty cheap, and they'll have those master landscape materials. Which are always fun. They look amazing, but not really going to match the art style of the assets my wife is making. Hyper-realistic sand rocks with a stylized elf. Yeah. No, I get it. And finding good stylized assets is always a challenge, it feels like. It's so easy to find hyper-realistic, like, medieval or, like, terrain, right? Where you have, like, these beautiful forests, and... I know there was, like, one flower pack I have in the library. It's, like, 2,000 flowers or 1,000 flowers or something. I think it's this one. And it's great. It's a beautiful pack of hyper-realistic flowers. So I couldn't really use any of these in my game because they weren't stylized. Bit of a shame. But you never know. Maybe the market will reject our stylized art for Cauldron Chronicles and will want to pivot into more realistic. Never know. Okay, is occasion with 1 C and 2 S's? 2 C's and 1 S. Okay. Of course. I recently got engaged and will be living up north with my soon-to-be husbando. I was gonna make some joke about her having a husband, but I don't wanna start today off with a hot take. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll get canceled, okay? We happened to write a female character that wasn't gay. In this industry, in this time period. Cancel time, baby. Yep, see ya. Bye-bye, guys. I got canceled. Canceled for writing straight woman. If I won the lottery tomorrow and could open my own game dev studio, I'd go down the hyper-realistic and make a competitor to Elder Scrolls 7 since that game isn't coming out till 2050. Damn, shots fired. Does she not have the organs or what's up with her? It just feels weird. I don't know, it's... I don't know. Are we gonna have that talk now where it's just I don't understand why people make sexuality their entire personality? Like, I don't care what you are. Just what does it matter? Joking with my buddy last night saying I started my game dev journey yesterday and my game will still come out before Ashes of Creation. Okay, I don't know much about Ashes of Creation. people seem to be so hyped for it. Why? Like, what is Ashes of Creation wanting to do differently that other MMOs aren't doing? And you know, I'm asking because I literally just don't know much about it. But everybody talks about it. Everybody says it comes out slowly. Is it just that the people who play WoW are looking for something similar to that like Final Fantasy XIV didn't provide to them? I think it's a pyramid scheme. He's obsessed with it and is a super triple VIP backer. So it's kind of like it's the medieval MMO Star Citizen. Maybe that's not the most accurate. I just want to know, like, what is it planning to do differently that New World didn't do, that, you know, PAX Day, that Arcade Chronicles is not going to do? Insert any other MMO that's been announced. Just the MMORPG scene players are starving for new content. Ash is giving bad vibes and looks like a scam that's going to get Wildstarred. Dude, I miss Wildstar. I really do miss Wildstar. Wildstar was not like perfect, but I have really fond memories of playing it, and I don't really remember why. Because I kind of just played it a ton and zoned out while playing it. They boast about those node system where a single player can be the mayor. Never outlasted its honeymoon phase. Yeah, it's... I do remember the combat in Wildstar being pretty fun. That's one thing I absolutely remember being quite fun in Wildstar. And the world was big, and it was interesting, but I don't usually get into the lore of MMOs when I play. So I don't know if that was it. I remember the house building system was pretty cool too. You can still play it on private servers. There are still private servers of Wildstar. But they do require a bit of technical know-how to get running. And this will just lead to shall we trade. This is meant to be a very short encounter and set of dialogue, so I don't want to get too branching and crazy with it. Is there like a map for it? Interactive map, okay. So it does have quite a few locations. What can you do in the game right now? Out of curiosity. Do they have any quests in the game? Do they have, you know, like mini games, like resources, building? Kill stuff, fetch quest. Literally nothing. So I guess it's one of those things where, like you said, it's MMO players that are starving for content. They likely don't want to play Final Fantasy or old school RuneScape. Both of which are pretty great MMOs and coming out with new content all the time. They keep doing server resets? Yeah, that's annoying. All it's gonna make me do is get tired of doing the same content over again. Interesting void. I mean, I see things here. Are these the only enemies on the map? Are the ones listed here? Or are these just like bosses? Or mini bosses? Or named enemies? Forces group content. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of group. I mean, I'll play in groups, but I am mostly a solo player, so that's why I play old school. Our software is saying this is the next best thing. Okay, hold on. Let's get a little distracted. Man, people really... Okay, I don't know. I don't play this at the... Okay, I just need some, like... Okay, this is 2 months ago.
Alright, after playing out.
So there are some enemies. Very standard MMO kind of gameplay. Very WoW-esque. Very WoW-esque. Basically, if somebody made WoW, but more realistic. So when these enemies die, do they drop resources, gold? You know, are there unique drops that you can farm for? Like, what are they fighting? Like some bone... What does it say? Bonebinder Shaman? Like maybe they drop more like mage materials or gear? Literally just XP. Well, he did pick up some materials. Dull glint, dim glint. I don't know what those are though. Or reagents? Like alchemy or something? Yeah, it's like my question would be, you know, you want to make... If you're gonna make a game like this, you should go, you should put some things that people can chase for or farm for specifically from certain enemies. You know, if I'm thinking about like, let's say OSRS, you have like the zombie axes, right? Which you can get from these armored zombies. So they drop, you know, normal resources, runes, herbs, some construction materials, some alchables, whatever. But then you have, you know, the chance to get the 1 out of 800 chance to get the broken zombie axe, which is a very good mid-game weapon. So, you know, you have that thing to chase for. Or, you know, you level up your Slayer a bit and you can farm Abyssal Whips from Abbey Demons. Again, you know, 1 out of 512 chance. So you have these mobs in the game that are great for just farming basic materials from, or some prayer XP. But then you also have those chase items that you can farm for that enable you to have a better character and gear. And I mean, that's why this, you know, this remains one of the more popular MMOs. I think you have just a lot of depth to that. We've added generic crafting resources. Buddy streams like this like every day and it looks boring as fuck. Do you think it's worth, because of how... Okay, let me ask this. Is this at all playable solo? In any way? Even to get to like just, you know, experience most, maybe not all of the game. Like all he's doing is just fighting. Because I could try it for a day and just see. You know, form my own judgment based on my own gameplay. To me, MMOs are kind of dead, like forcing people to group up as whack, perform more co-op action rather than MMO shit. You'd like old school RuneScape then, in that case. It's mostly solo and any of the grouping is all co-op. All co-op. Chase gear as well, but you craft it, they're trying to make crafting to be the end game. Trying to force the sandbox aspect of economy. Used to play OSRS. Some monsters have really inflated HP, at least the elites. There are normal monsters. Wait, it's 125 to play for a day? Wait, no it's not. What the hell are you talking about? What? Join the alpha? huh? It's $100? No. No, it's not. Bro, I'm not paying $100 to alpha test your barely finished MMO. What the hell are they thinking? What? This is like Star Citizen. And it's less complete than Star Citizen, and I bitch and moan about Star Citizen all the time. Paying for the privilege. If they really wanted people to be hyped, they would make it free or like super cheap to test the alpha. There's like no positioning though. All these monsters, at least these bare bones ones, there's like no attacks that they're doing that require you to change your positioning. Maybe maybe it is more involved when you're actually playing it, but it's hard to see maybe some of the deeper strategy if it's there just watching this gameplay. Hope this guy doesn't mind that I'm watching his video. Okay, hold on. So you do have some, like an inventory, very WoW-esque inventory feels like. Items, materials, quest items, sell prices. There are recipes. I mean, so there is some depth to that, to building. Is this the next Star Citizen? Holy shit. What does he say?
250 battles, right? And makes more realistic promises to people, starts reining in. I know that it's harder to sell the game when you're selling reality instead of fiction, but just rein in those promises, then yes, I think that if he tries to set realistic goals and then tries to accomplish realistic goals, this game has a much better chance of being real than Star Citizen.
That's true.
If he continues to sell these bigger than life goals for this game, 500 v 500 battles, no, I don't think that's ever going to happen in this game. I don't think it. I mean, the
amount of optimization you'd have to do, because this is made in Unreal, if I remember correctly. Having 1,000 people, I mean, bro, ain't no way unless you optimize like crazy and you update to 5.5 where you have nanite skeletal meshes, but even then, now you're dealing with GPU particles you'll have to have crazy LODs and culling. It's a tech artist nightmare.
Unapologetically bad. It's just awful, right? Your character...
Oh, the character customization?
Everybody's on each other a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see, but I don't know. People praise the camp. I guess you need to play it because I don't see anything exciting. Yeah, maybe you need to play it. More like they ran out of money. Project got out of scope. Scrambling to get this out somehow. Could be. Kind of seems like that. Kind of seems like that. I don't know. I'll stick with old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape has had some great content recently, like apart from the people who own Jagex releasing some shitty survey. We had Desert Treasure 2 and we had Tombs of Amasket, so some exceptional content and questing. And I prefer it just because it's more single player friendly, so if I want to AFK and like watch a TV show or a movie while chopping some wood, I can, or if I want to go balls deep and do some crazy raiding experiences, I can too, and I can do it solo. And I don't have to pay $100 for access to it. Here's, I think we mentioned this yesterday though. I think, yes, MMO players are starved for new MMOs, but I think that there is a disconnect maybe between what MMO players expect to find in modern MMOs. And then there's also a disconnect from the developers with how much money they think they need to spend to make a new MMO successful. They seem to be going down the hyper-realistic visuals route, especially with games like Throne and Liberty, which again, Throne and Liberty looked great. It's a really good looking game. Beautiful. But then it's just so bog standard that it doesn't do anything fresh. Or they want to remake some of the large scale like player interaction content. But I think that a lot of MMO players don't, either they don't like the way that it's being implemented or they don't actually want it. I don't know. I think players know what they want from MMO. I think there might be some of that. I think there's a considerable amount of that, maybe I would even go so far as to say. I think the MMO genre might be the biggest example of Tim Kane's videos of, do players know what they want and do developers know what players want? And because we can't seem to ever match expectations with what the developers are making, we just get these half-baked games that die after a certain period of time. Even when they're free, and usually free games are rated quite highly because, it doesn't cost anything to enjoy it for a few hours. But this was disappointing to me in 13 hours of gameplay. The PvE and PvP camp, absolutely yes. Two very different camps of MMO players. People in general will always say they want whenever, but it's not reflective of what most people really want. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to pull me away from old school RuneScape, and that's really hard. We already have, our characters built there, or, our characters built in the MMOs we play. And a lot of these are just either pay to win, or they are so heavily pushing player versus player, or like these large scale guild and server things that I don't want to get engaged in. I don't have the time to engage in it. And it's like, okay, well, you either join a casual guild where nothing ever gets done, or you join a hardcore guild where you're kicked if you are gone for 3 days. Bro, this is not my second job. I want to play an MMO to relax, to chill, and to make progress on my own time. Which is why I play OSRS. PvP Camp wants humongous PvP battles with a million versus a million, etc. They want balance. Non-pay-to-win shit. PvE wants cool endgame content with raids. Yeah. I'm on the PvE side. So, for me, when I saw PvE, I was like, okay, this probably is not going to end up being my game, but I'll try it because it's free. And a lot of the ones coming out recently do seem to be like that too. And New World's combat was just really not great. I kind of got into ESO a bit. I played a bit of ESO. The problem was that it got really old really fast. And it was a game that heavily encouraged making multiple characters, and I just didn't really want to do that. And the combat got really boring after a while too. And as simple as OSRS combat looks, it is really in-depth and it has a very high skill ceiling. Which is kind of what I enjoy about it. Easy to learn, hard to master. Era's coming to the end. I think MMOs will always hold a place, but it's hard to compete with new MMOs because you need to pull people away from the MMOs that they're entrenched in already. And that seems to be nearly impossible. Yeah, financially, I don't think it's viable either. And if you make simple, stylized looking MMO nowadays, I don't think it can compete. But then on the flip side, you try to make realistic looking MMO and you spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't even think the player count of old school RuneScape really dipped that much with the new announcements of stuff. It's still pretty much the same as it's always been. Although it's not showing the full time anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to make it one. I don't know how to compete on that landscape. Way too competitive. And I don't think it's so simple as to say, oh, well, I'm going to make the next best MMO. You can build anywhere, do anything. Yeah, it's like, okay, I've heard that a million times. Every single time someone says they're going to make an MMO, those are their promises. It never works out. And even when it is possible to do those things, it's never as fun as it sounded on paper. It really isn't. I'm afraid I have some bittersweet news. We'll be moving up north permanently. We'll just connect these up to here too. And then this should just immediately jump to here. Anything else before I set off? Okay, so that should lead, this will be the introductions to this encounter. Now, I would like to let you go into the lore loop once more, but we need to make sure that you aren't able to reobtain the book. I'd like to do a check of whether or not it's, you know, which encounter are we currently on. I don't think I have a conditional for current encounter. I only have stage complete. Let's see. Let's make one. If it works. Hey Kent. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. You know, at one point I was willing to try out, you know, Final Fantasy. The MMO one. That's 14, right? Unless I'm wrong. The issue is that it was like, everybody would say, oh, just rush the main game so that you can do raids. And then it's like mostly group content at the end game. And I'm like, well, I don't want to rush the main content of the game in order to get to this one thing that I need to farm for the rest of my hours. And I don't really like the idea of having to find perfect groups at perfect times of the day in order to do raid content. I hate that. I really just... I can't do that. What endgame content is in pretty much every MMO that people complain about it. That's what I see hate sports do. You know, thankfully that's why I play OSRS. Because the end game, first off, the end game is I'll put it this way. Let's make an NFT. Okay. Here is what I hear about. Endgame is fuzzy in OSRS. It's hard to define what endgame is in OSRS. Which is also why I don't think there is much endgame in OSRS, but it also takes so long to get there. How do I even graph this? You have like this graph for, let's say, Final Fantasy 14. Where people, this is the entirety of the game, right? From early game to end game. People will tell you to skip all of this because this is where it starts getting good. And I feel like with OSRS, the early game is without a doubt, in terms of money making, it's bad. In terms of experience, it's quite good. People will never tell you to rush it because it's pretty nostalgic and people enjoy it. But most of the best content is going to be in this region, which is the mid game. And you're going to spend thousands of hours there. And this is just okay. And this is optional. So I wouldn't even say it's bad. It's just, you don't have to do this. This is like filling up your collection log, going on a whole bunch of raids, whatever. Most of the game is here, and it's good. The progression is good. There's a lot to do, tons of quests. Nobody would ever tell you to skip that because that's where the meat of the game is. I think that in OSRS you can play solo pretty much most content that it has. Yeah, everything except for like Theater of Blood and Chambers of Xeric. That's it. Quest Cape and Maxine is green. I would say Quest Cape is definitely in the green. Maxine is one of those things that's optional. I mean, you could, that is the end game, right? Maxine is end game, Maxine is optional. If you get all your skills to 90, you will be able to do 99% of the content of the game, including raids. And, you know, getting combat skills at 99 is not that much work anyway, so let's just say getting 99 combat and 90 in all of your other skills. No problem, you can do raids, you can do all the content. Everything else is optional, and doesn't even take that much time. Problem today, people rush everything thinking, oh, endgame is where it's at, and I think that's totally wrong. I agree. They never take the time to take the journey to the so-called endgame. 100% agree. 100%. Absolutely agree. So for me, it's like, I'm just glad that I can just sit back and relax and do things solo at my own pace. And that they're never going, they really don't like to release content in OSRS that invalidates older content or equipment. When Barrow's released, Barrow's gear, let's open up the body slot table. You have like Barrow's gear here, like Arim's or Dirax. This was the best armor in the game. And still, it is some of the best armor in the game. Tier 70? Oh, for like requirement to wear? Yeah, 70 defense. Which 70 defense, it really won't take you that long to get. If we look at the OSRS XP curve, 70 is here in terms of amount of XP. So, like, you don't even need to get that far into the game to have access to some of the most defensive armor in the game. Now, it is outclassed in some specific cases by other armor, or, you know, it doesn't have any prayer bonus, so you may want that. Or you may want strength bonus, and this doesn't have it. Torva, or, you know, the Bandos chestplate is better for taking a bit less in defenses. But I like that. You know, when this released, and this released in 2005, 20 years ago, if you had farmed this, you know, let's say 5-10 years ago, guess what? It's still in your bank, and it's still some of the best armor that you can obtain. And I like that. I like that they don't release expansions that completely invalidate past achievements and accomplishments. Did it kill the dragon chain body? Yes. But the dragon chain body is also, it's much cheaper to obtain, and you only require 60 defense to equip. So some people still use it, and it doesn't have any upkeep cost. It's another thing about OSRS, it doesn't necessarily make old content like gear obsolete with every update expansion. Other MMOs, it's how it works. Yep, so you play expansion 1, grind for 1 year to get the endgame gear, then expansion 2 comes out, oops, gotta chase that carrot, yep. And they might increase the level cap too, so yeah, that's one of the reasons I like OSRS, is that they often just they create new niches, and they'll put a new weapon that can best handle that niche. But it doesn't make it obsolete or impossible to complete that niche with, you know, worse off gear, let's just say. And there's always something to chase. There's always something to do. There's tons of mini games, tons of places to visit, tons of quests. Should really be the driving point of content. I agree. The nice thing is that, you know, thankfully here they don't lock anything behind. I think like level 85 or 87 is the highest requirement for a skill to wear a piece of equipment, which is still not even halfway to 99. So it does not take that significant amount of time to get to like 87. Everything else past that is meant to be chased for the people who are really devoted. And then you can get the max cape at the end of it, which is certainly a great piece of endgame gear. So for me, I prefer OSRs. For the tryhards, I am about to reach base 93. So I have everything at least at level 93. And then after that, it'll be 94. Starting with agility. 93 to 94 agility. Funny thing about exponential curves, they look the same regardless of zoom level. That's too deep for me. I gotta go back to writing dialogue. Too deep. Don't want to think about it. Breaks my brain. Alright, let me pull this open. So, would you like to trade? I would like to trade. Let's trade. Although we haven't set her merchant data. We'll need 3 merchant rows, I think. Four. Don't overload that mush. You still have like 5 hours of work, exactly. Maybe I'll just duplicate and rename. Let me think. Well, say if you had a bad, if you had the bad row in, okay, here's what we'll do. If you got bad in Merchant 1 E2, she'll have lightened up a bit. And she should mention this. So we'll do some sort of split. How to think here. Conditions, potion score, encounter, eat one, bad. Otherwise, the opposite of that. Hope that isn't broken. If he had bad... Also, I forgive you for... potion you made me, but don't expect any special favors on my end because of it. Not sexual favors, financial favors. Only financial. We could say too that maybe the fear of frenzy one leads down there as well. So let me do another one here. Conditions, save choice. Oh! Squeezed one out, did we? You doing lazy fangs? I have the most stupid sound effects on this channel. Would you guys like a redemption that combines the some of these effects? So like the grunt, the fart, the splash. Each person can compose their, that's true. But I mean, it would be like a separate one. So you could play one for a little, it would cost like the combined amount of them individually, but then play them in the right order. But I'd still have the individual ones there too. You felt fancy, you could have input taking redeem that can play things sequentially based on strings. That is true. That could be done. Grunt, fart, splash. Man, the day that that Twitch recap would then say, what's the most popular messages sent in your chat? And mine, like all the top 5 of my chats would just be different combinations of sound effects. Like grunt, fart, splash. Used 5,000 times in your chat over the course of 2025. Which also means that any publishers or, you know, prospective employers looking at my YouTube VODs, hello, by the way, if you're watching and wanting to hire me, don't do it. No, please do it. No, I need the money. they would probably just hear that thousands of times. Make that happen for free without the redeem. I can do it too. I don't know if I want to. I gotta think about it. The fart cost you the publisher. Let me think about it, Lazy Fangs. Because it would be pretty easy to set up. But I want to do it myself for the experience. Are game developer events overrated or amazing for networking? Yes. Okay, so here's the reasoning why I say yes, because it can be either. If you're not good at ice breaking, networking events, I mean any developer events or conferences can just be shit, right? And most of the time individuals will hang out with people they already know or came with. So if you're going alone, you really got to work hard to network. And most of them there will be parties. Some of the best ones to network with or hang, to meet people at are the private parties, honestly, since they tend to be a little bit more wild, a little bit more, the word, intimate. They tend to be a little bit less random and chaotic than the other ones. Not intimate in that way. Not sexually. Well, maybe sometimes sexually. But it really depends on the conference you go to as well. So if you can go with somebody to have a friend that you can go to a conference with or a group of friends, and it's great. But again, you'll probably mainly be networking with your friends that you already know, so it doesn't really help you much. Or you've really got to go out of your way to break the ice and to try to just budge into groups. Which, even if you're good at doing that, and doing it in a non-rude way, because some people just want to hang out with their friends and talk and not have random people budge in, and you're not gonna get any solid networking from that anyway. I don't know. It's so hard. You're probably only gonna meet like one or two people, but then, a lot of people that go to these events and are okay talking to strangers are also the ones that go to events more often. So, they're good people to make networks with, because then they know other people and then you can meet with them and then they'll know other people and you can kind of like form a group of random people. So you really have to just go out of your way. Always awkward at formal events. At best they say hi or ask what you do and then okay, bye. Yeah. One time at a furry con I was at, a room party was so popular there was a queue in the corridor. You could see the BDSM gear all the way across the hotel. What the? Unless you're extrovert, then maybe it's easier. So there are always, like, if you're in a group of like 100 people at a game dev conference, there are probably 2 to 3 individuals who literally go to everything and they know everybody. They're very extroverted, they're usually very charismatic, and they will either talk to you out of their own desire, or if you talk to them, they will be very open and friendly. And those are the individuals that are often best to meet because, again, they know everybody. And they will just connect you up. You can just start talking and say, oh yeah, I'm just looking to meet some people, or I'm looking to, learn more about the industry, or I'm looking for a place that maybe I can start my journey, or I'm in QA, so blah, blah. And they can say, oh yeah, I know somebody like that. Maybe hey, Jim over there, come meet this person. It's just a mixed bag, sometimes you'll naturally stumble into it, sometimes not. But I will say, if you're just sitting over in the corner, looking gloomy, like you don't want to talk to anybody, but secretly you're waiting for somebody to talk to you, 99.99 times out of 100, you will not talk to anybody that entire night. So it's not about necessarily being extroverted, but you just need to put yourself into a situation where people will want to talk to you or want to meet you. Just like IRL, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm not like the most amazing person at networking, but I'm also not horrible, so this is just kind of what I've noticed. Going with friends though who also know other people is really the best way. Because then you can just kind of end up meeting people. But I will say, you know, the super introverted people don't really survive long in the networking scene. You're going to have to go above and beyond. You're the Antichrist. People are afraid of you. You know, yes, number one, yes. But number two, I was seeing Daniel Vavra, the, you know, creative director at Warhorse, kind of throwing around the word grifter, and it really rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I don't like these words that are just thrown around to label people. Like, he was calling them grifter bots. A guy who was clearly not a grifter or a bot, but was probably just more of a, like, he was just a kind of an extreme individual that was flaming the fans a bit. Fanning the flames. Flaming the fans. Fanning the flames a bit. And I just don't think that it makes you look good as a studio head when you're just calling random people that. And it's not going to get them to change their mind, so I don't know. It's weird. I've never called anybody a grifter or a bot. Just for this, the pure threat of having an opinion that doesn't match with my own. And I don't really get why people do that. Have you been called NPC? I have not been called NPC, but I have been called the Antichrist of modding. By the same people that also call me transphobic, homophobic, and what's the other one? What's the other thing that I am? Nazi? Yeah, they call me Nazi too. Call me a fascist. But there's one other phobic that I'm apparently, I didn't know that I was this thing until they told me, but apparently I was. No, I was not a Russian. I'm very, very anti-fascist in that way. I remember it was, wait, homophobic, transphobic. Maybe xenophobic? I don't know, whatever. Look, you'll have to talk to the people that hate me to ask them what I am, because I don't know what I am. But they clearly have this impression that I'm this individual ages ago. No, it was pretty soon. It was pretty recently. They still think I'm this way. I got insta-banned from the Darkest Dungeon Discord. Even having worked on the game. For my being there. For my presence being there. My gender's decided at conception now, so I guess all us US citizens are legally females. Well, here's the thing, Dad. I mean, I think the thing that people don't like is that I do only think there are two genders. And now this doesn't mean that I think that people are not human, but I don't think the science really matches. I think what people call gender is more aligning with personality, and I think personality is a spectrum, and you can exhibit any combination of traditionally masculine or traditionally feminine traits in your personality. I just don't like conflating the word gender with sex, because they mean the same thing for every other creature on the world except for I don't know about what Trump signed yet. There are plenty of reasons I didn't vote for him and would never. Trump just said some polarizing things. I think every leader says polarizing things. It only pushes me closer to the center. I want to hear the other side. I don't know. I don't like the normalization of, like, you know, I won't say, maybe mental illness is maybe not the right word, but, you know, it's like, why, it would be like normalizing depression, saying it's okay to be depressed. It's like, well, no, it's clearly not okay to be depressed. You know, you need treatment for that. But treatment can be talking to a therapist. It could be taking medication. It could be, maybe changing your lifestyle, or, it's the same thing with, I think, if you're experiencing gender dysphoria, maybe it's just a phase that you're going through. Maybe it's something you do need reassignment surgery for. Maybe you do need, some hormone pills for or something. It's just, I think everybody needs different treatment. And I don't like the idea that we just kind of like accept it as it's okay to have this problem mentally, where I think it's like, no, it needs treatment, and everybody needs different form of treatment to be happy. I don't know. So it's hard to talk about it. I don't always use the best words. I think it's okay to express that you have those issues. I think, yeah, and I think that you should be able to express that you have those issues, 100%. Not gonna nugget beat junk. Or about being okay to talk about it, and don't be okay with depression. I don't like using the word, I don't like saying that there are infinite genders. When every single other animal on Earth, exhibits between 2 to 3, essentially. I don't like it. It meant one thing for so long, and then it just magically meant something else, when I think we had an existing word to describe not aligning with gender norms, and that was personality. You have a different personality that doesn't align with norms. And I prefer using the word personality. And I think that's why some people label me as transphobic or something. I don't get it. Infinite identities. Yeah, and I think identity, I think that's an okay word to use too. I just don't like, combining it with gender identity. I don't. You're male, female, or intersex. And intersex is not the norm. It's, it's a, for lack of a better word, it is a mutation in your DNA. And that's okay. It's okay to have mutations. It's kind of cool. Whatever it is, the main point is the force with which it's being thrust on others, but only by a small, in my opinion, minority that is very vocal. We have plenty of, trans fans on here, and they've been very nice. They don't come in here, they don't cause any problem, they're just as nice as anyone else. And we have people that are a bit more extreme on one side or the other, but again, they generally don't cause any problems, so. I just think it's a vocal minority that is holding the rest of the community hostage. It's pretty sad and unfortunate. Minority is influential enough, it is. Very powerful minority. Okay, do I want to do conditionals to split here too? I'll do it here, 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 and here. Let's get today's cancel out of the way. Well, I'm just somebody that likes to think about nuance, and I'm not going to mince my words or my feelings. If people want to consider me to be some form of phobic for having an opinion like that, I think that they're wrong, but can't change their minds, really. Or I'm not going to change their minds by, like, banning them or telling them that they're causing some problem. It's just nuance, and it's just, I'm not a fan of the word usage because I think it's overly confusing, and we already had existing words to define. Fish not working? Okay, I can fix the fish. Give me a few minutes though. I just think we already had words to define those things, and we don't need to make up new words or repurpose old words that used to mean one thing. People dying on starvation and being in war and speaking about how someone identifies himself. I don't even care if you don't harm someone. I agree. Like, if you're not causing a problem and you're not being rude to people, then why does it matter what you think you are? I think it's weird to build your identity around it, but that, it's your choice. It's your freedom. Yeah. I mean, if somebody comes up to me, says they're trans, and they would just prefer if I refer to them as whatever, it's just like, okay, no problem. But if you're rude to me, I'll just stop talking to you. Doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, trans, whatever. I have an idea from a start to finish storyline for CC. Some idea, yes. But I want it to be like a more, like, what I'm thinking now, and this could all change completely, 180 degrees, is, you know, something is threatening the forest, like this corruption, and you need to gather information and help from the NPCs you meet to help fight it. But you can also just fight it alone without any of that help, but it will be probably tougher. So I want it to be primarily a relatively easy to understand threat, and place most of the focus of the narrative on the NPCs that you meet. All this stuff did work. Trans people are normalized and accepted versus being super taboo 20 years ago. I agree to an extent, yeah. Expecting everyone to know, kind of weird, just gently explain if you make a mistake. Yeah, but that's the thing, Andres. I think that most individuals do that. I think most transgender individuals, I've met many, and they're very nice people. All of them. They're very nice, and they just want to be accepted and, you know, live life and play games and have fun. But it's the vocal minority, the extreme vocal minority, that I think holds a lot of power and sway. And if you don't go along with it, you are an enemy. But most extreme factions are like that, right? The far right's like that, the far left is like that. Extremism is toxic. And it can exist anywhere and everywhere. I'll copy this potion information here. Kind of point not going too hard, and there are repercussions felt by people who are vulnerable. I think that extremism, you know, begets extremism, right? And extremism on one side will only force or create additional people to support the complete opposite. So now it's just like the DEI stuff in games, right? Where there were some legitimate points about forced ideology and how it was not very enjoyable in games, but now you have the anti-DEI crowd who says, oh, woman in game, bad, it's woke. Gay scene in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, bad, woke, game woke. Like, Jesus Christ, can we just stop? Because first off, if it's a gay scene between me and Hans, I am all here for it. But if it's just like, oh, there's some character who's gay and banging his boyfriend, who cares? Not that important. Always, if you're not with me, you're against me. Like, bro, I don't even care. I just want to have peace in the silence. Yeah. I got a lot of shit for when I said that I'm not an ally, but I'm not an enemy either. Because I just don't like the mentality that if I'm not with you, I'm against you. Just as you said. It's crazy people on all sides, and I don't want any part of it. I wonder where KCD will cook up with that gay stuff. I really hope it is Hans and Henry. Please, Hans and Henry, I need to see them kissing. They deserve it. They've been best bros for so long. They drink together, they hang out together, they do everything together. Please, Hans and Henry. Or distinguish genuine good storytelling from propaganda. And that's the thing. I think that's exactly where the issue lay. You know, like, everybody who watches The Wire, if you ask anybody, you watch The Wire, who's your favorite character? Omar. Bam, Omar. Or one of your favorite characters. Omar was gay. And nobody cared because Omar was fucking amazing. Because it wasn't propaganda, it was just a character who was gay. Well, Bubbles, okay, Bubbles was also a great character too. But I don't think there's anybody who hates Omar. And yeah, I don't want to see propaganda from any side in my game. It's really just annoying. Omar's just the best. He really is. And he was a very well-written character, and it kind of made sense for him to be this this Robin Hood lone wolf character who was feared, and you know, maybe him being gay was kind of an influence to become that, or to stay that lone wolf. He was clearly a target because of it. So, you know, it fit with his character, and it fit very well with who he was. I don't know. Alright, is anybody offended? Is anybody offended by what we've been saying here? Who feels offended? Raise your hand. You feel offended? Okay. I don't have anything to give you for that. I think you'll live. You'll be fine. You're an adult. I am? What? Yeah. I'm an aspiring adult. D'Angelo was a great character. I mean, so many. The Wire was just full of great characters. It was so, so good. I love that show. You just don't like someone because who he or she fucks if he can in consent. You just don't like yourself, to be honest. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, look, I don't care what you think you are or what you do in the bedroom, because oddly enough, it doesn't concern me. The crazy reality is that it means absolutely nothing in my life in any way. Where's Wallace, yo? They were all, yeah, Kima was great. I loved Kima. I mean, they're all just so complex. It's pretty impressive too, The Wire, that, you know, it had so many complex plot lines and intersecting stories and characters that it was still able to write all these characters to be so deep. I know season 2 is controversial, but man, Frank is one of my favorite characters. Frank Sabatka. Season 2 of The Wire, Polak versus Polak. I recently watched the show with my my fiance, and she loves that season because of it's just such a realistic Polish fight. That a union boss versus a police what was it? A command, let's just say, you know, police commander, let's say, two Polish guys, and they were fighting over who gets to get the primary spot in the Catholic Church's stained glass window location. That was it. That was the fight that kicked off an entire season. Yeah, it's just a mural. The union bought it, and the police guy, the other Polish guy, was like, dude, there's no way they have enough money for this. So he launched an entire investigation just so that he could get his mural put in that spot. Yeah, it is much deeper, but it's just great. And the way that it shows, I think the way that it shows cultures and lifestyles too was so good. It's one of those cases of, it never tells you what's right or wrong. It just presents you with situations, and you as a viewer get to draw the conclusions. One of the examples I saw Dramox that I think changed the way that I looked at the show was that the main character of The Wire is Baltimore. And when put like that, it was like, oh, holy shit, yeah, no, that's exactly what this show is. Well, we won't spoil it for the people in chat though. But if you're looking for a good show to watch, The Wire is one of the best. Okay. Sorry for assuming I'm wasting your time. From you, it'll be the best show ever made and the most relevant one as well. I don't think it'll ever not be relevant. It was ahead of its time. It really was. Yeah, it's, you know, the technology, some of the technology hasn't aged well because it was on the, you know, it was right when cell phones and text messages and computers were becoming big time, so. But the themes of the show have not changed, and it can really be enjoyed. I think it's kind of like old Disney movies in that regard, where the themes of The Wire were directly related to the human condition and to humanity and how humans treat each other in, you know, between classes, between cultures, between races. And that is still very relevant today. I think my company just ambushed me with Windows 11. That would be. If you download Minecraft Launcher now, it will actually check if you have Windows updated before allowing you to launch the game. Thanks, Microsoft. Okay, I need to focus a little bit. Fucking install Windows. Let me just give me a little second. And it's light theme, nice. Just to make sure that these are okay. Okay, Bat and Frenzy will auto set the merchant's data table to E3 base. So she kind of forgives you, but again, you're not going to get any special favors because of it, as she says. But then we can read good or exceptional from the previous encounter. Speaking of controversies, did you guys see the announcement of Stargate? And no, I'm not talking about a new season of the show. If you know, you know. Stargate? Yeah. $500 billion. Was it billion or was it million? Oh no, it was billion. You're right, it was billion. I'm a little scared about that. Elaborate. So Trump announced the creation of Stargate. Again, not what you think. But it was a it's not. I know it would be cool if it was what you think. It's not what you think. But it's basically like a giant AI supercomputer that the government and other entities can hook into to handle data and all this stuff. It's, I don't know, it's maybe they can explain it better, or maybe there's an article that explains it better, but there are some cool uses for it. Yeah, it's exactly, it's dystopian cyberpunk shit, exactly. You're not wrong about that at all. they gave some examples of like being able to use it to help cure diseases, or for, you know, different hospitals and doctors around the world, or around the US primarily, to obtain information and the way that different doctors would handle a situation kind of immediately on the fly. So I don't know, but they announced they're starting to build some of the locations down in Texas right now. It's gonna be massive. Guess you just die. I don't know. I'd have to read more, you know, listen and read more about it, because the press conference kind of was short and then got sidetracked by Trump's typical yapping. God, he's so good at yapping. He should watch Tim Kaine videos like me. We'll see, but they're naming it Stargate, so. Trump sucks at yapping. He doesn't say anything interesting while yapping. He can yap. Come on, it's like you're trying to just wait for him to say the next interesting thing, and it's like, wait, oh, hold on. Oh, he's back to, okay. He's back to some story about something. He's at least coherent. Joe Biden would yap too, but Joe Biden wasn't coherent. Trump's barely better, where at least you can understand what you can understand the words he's saying, but you can't understand why he's saying them. Maybe European, but I'm invested in the US market, so whatever makes numbers go up true. Dark Brandon was just out of it. I feel bad. I really do think that Joe Biden had serious cognitive issues, and he was being used. It made me kind of angry to think about. Because he's a narcissist and you're not. I try not to be a narcissist. He isn't. I feel like Trump's the kind of person that would literally do anything and accomplish anything just so he can hear himself talk more. And by becoming president, it gives him the perfect opportunity to silence everyone in the room and just hear his own voice. There's my hot political take for the day. And just so he can win and look good, yeah, he's just that kind of person. I don't know. I didn't vote in 2024. There were literally no people running that I was like, you know what? Yes, I can trust this person. Like, oh, all the people that I trusted are not in the race anymore, so I'm just gonna not do it. The inauguration was like a WWE event. I will say this, I think that his speech was pretty decent. You know, Trump's speech, his first one, the one he read off of teleprompters. It was all right. We need to split. I just need an empty dialogue node where I can do a conditional and switch the potion data. Just echo and repeated what he kept saying during the race, nothing new. That is true. And I mean, somebody else wrote the speech anyway, so it wasn't even his own words. You could tell it wasn't his own words because it was on point and coherent and not just babbling on. But then he had like that 1 hour talk afterwards where he was just talking with I don't know. I will say this: the guy can talk. The guy can really. He can just nonstop talk, with no water needed. He will just keep going and going and going and going. Oop, don't do that. When he yaps, he takes pauses after meaningless shit and repeats it once more. Yeah. And everything is the greatest. Everything is the greatest and something that you wouldn't believe. Literally everything that comes out of his mouth, he has to say, you wouldn't believe it. No, it's the greatest. You can tell the second he goes off script, it's so true. You're the micro yapper, he's the macro yapper. It's never been done before. I laugh every time I hear it. It's just like, dude, just stop. Stop. Just please assume, Mr. Trump, that I believe it. That I believe it's been done before. And that I understand that it's the greatest thing ever, okay? And just tell me what I need to know. You know, it's one of the things I liked about, like, Vivek. I wasn't a big fan of some of his policies and beliefs, but Vivek can speak. He can speak well, he can speak on point, and he can own a room when he starts speaking. Everything he does has never been done before. And it's like 99% of the things that he says has never been done before. It's like, no, it has been done before. So, you know. This is very provably wrong. I don't know, it's crazy. It is what it is. Okay, we'll do exceptional. Update merchant info. Okay, E3, good. I think Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, and his brother were invited, man. I don't know, it just seemed like such a meme. There were a lot of memes. That whole day was memey. It was simultaneously entertaining and a little bit concerning. There were some things that he did, I'm like, okay, yeah, I agree with that. Other things, like, dude, what are you doing? Elon Musk playing PoE 2 in his head and then making awkward gestures on stage. Or depending on which side of the aisle you stand on, because it is a Rorschach test. Okay, Merchant 1, E3, Exceptional. Although some same people that call me, you know, fascist and something phobe and whatever and antichrist, they were also ones that were very, very rude to me for being a fence sitter. That's another thing that I find it interesting that we are condemning. It is now a bad thing to look at issues with nuance. Leave the fences alone. I sit on fences like I sit on faces. Don't quote me on that. Something phobe that encompasses everything, yes. Look, I don't know what I am. The people that don't like me need to tell me what I am and what I believe. That's how the world works, okay? There are people that are waiting for those, constantly having that NVIDIA replay, hovering their finger over the button to save the last 5 seconds of whatever you've said in order to make you look like a horrible person. And it doesn't matter what you say. They will find something, take it out of context, remove the nuance, and use it to paint you in a bad light. You read this line real quick. I'm a fascist, thanks, yeah. Ignoring all the context or why you said it, yeah. I think people are getting tired of that though. The rhetoric doesn't work anymore. It's started to lose all of its value. Calling people fascist, calling people whatever names, grifters, bots, Russian assets, whatever. I think everybody's just tired of it. People want to move on. As stated by themselves. Himself. Don't forget. New executive order. Okay, and then on these I need to set the base reward. Although I could just connect to the base here, so I can just do this. Oh, I do wonder though if this will delete the... I might need to run this check before playing the dialogue nodes. We'll see. I think I might have set it to skip if they're empty. I gotta check. We'll see. I did used to be more politically charged than I am nowadays. And I think you could have firmly cemented me as a conservative when I was like in high school. And shortly after. Nowadays, nah. But I mean back when we had Obama and McCain, and I think being a conservative meant something a lot more different, and being a Democrat meant something a lot more different than those two things mean nowadays. I think everybody was different at that point. Plus, I mean, you're in your 20s. What the hell does any 20-year-old know? Most 20-year-olds have the ability to be politically charged because they don't have a lot of major responsibilities yet. Connect all of this up to these realistically. 20 was a hell of a ride. Certainly was. see, I can't connect that up like that. Oh no, this is correct. Put these up here. These two always there, these two always there. This one, these three. I feel like everybody's being pushed one of two ways though. You're either pushed more to be extreme or you're pushed more to be moderate. And that's it. And that's, I don't know, it's going to reach a boiling point. Maybe extremists will start to become more moderate over time and it just is going to take time to move them over. Maybe the other way around, I don't really know. All I can say is it's a lot more happy to live your life as a moderate. You can kind of just shit on both extremes. Pretty chill. There is also extreme, don't get fooled. Philosophically, that's an interesting take. I don't know if it's perfectly accurate, though. I mean, I think you can get entrenched anywhere, right? I think it's more like you can be entrenched as a moderate. Which is, I guess, a form of extremism. I guess that's kind of what you mean, right? Being entrenched that there is... How about not being political at all? That's also pretty based. Yeah. I think it's hard to avoid politics, though. Much as we might want to. You know jack shit about politics? Only osmosis through memes. I think that it is simultaneously a great way to make friends by being extreme, and also a great way to make enemies. I think it's like the easy route. Just take an extreme side on anything and you will instantly make many friends and many enemies. And that might be why some people gravitate towards it, is because it's just the easiest way. Be like, I hate abortion. I hate abortion. Horrible. And then all the, you know, people on one side will say, dude, so true. Dude, so true. You want to come talk about it? And the other side will say, evil. Evil, horrible person. I'm Isdren. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following. Do you agree or disagree with what I just said? I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer that. See how easy it is to make friends when you take extreme sides? Just do always what you feel and don't make your identity up on this kind of shit. I agree. It doesn't fit your mood anymore because you think you're like this or that. You suffer. Agree. Sometimes it's good to be moderate, sometimes don't, as with everything in life. I think that even if you're extreme, I think it's important just to be able to talk on good faith. Like, even if two people who are super extreme can just talk and just say, you know what, I don't think we're going to find common ground, but let's just talk and share our points, and at the end of the day, if we need to agree to disagree, go for it. Although I think that most extremists don't want to talk in good faith with the people they see as enemy. People want to feel a part of a community because maybe they're lonely. That's an easy route. Yeah, I think that's true too. Especially with social media, making everybody lonely. Don't always have to be on one side. Yeah. I agree. You guys are very smart. And eloquent, unlike me. Okay, I think, I don't know if this will work. I think that there might be a problem because I'm doing this check before. I kind of want to test it. I could force this encounter. It'll work a little weirdly, but I could force it. And hard code the potion outcome for it. Let me do that too. All you need is love. Man, I agree. I really don't like wars and extremism, killing people, hurting people. I'll protect what needs protecting, but I'm not going to go out of my way to harm others. Seemed to work. Okay, so we might be okay. Never thought I'd grow into a hippie, but here I am. Make love, not war. And also film the lovemaking so that I can watch it. Don't clip that. Don't do it. Fence. Open merchant UI. Use existing data. Is that all? Don't forget, this is the last time we'll be able to trade. It would be cool though, because she says she's gonna start a merchant, network, if you could meet one of the merchants who, he hires. Pretty cool. Like wars, why are you an invader? Good question. I will start a war. Okay, I promise I'll stop being peaceful. I will have very extreme takes about insert any pirate software situation. I will start playing World of Warcraft hardcore. Okay, I'll do it. I will turn into a toxic individual. Okay, this will jump back to here. Trading. We'll do a bit of an extended goodbye on this encounter. That way you can, you know, wrap things up finally. We'll also need to make sure that that she will not bring the book or offer to bring the book. If you have if you're on this last stage. I think I mentioned I need to make sure that we can grab the current stage. Just probably in the spawn controller. Yes. And compare it to the stage. Here, narrative, condition, NC. Check current stage. Da, da, da. Game Train, how you doing? Thank you for the raid with 4 people. How you guys doing?
Game Train Studios raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Game Train, do you have to run? I assume you probably got to run, right? No worries. Welcome, guys. You got here at a good time. We just got done with all the controversial discussions, and now it can just be about game dev. We need to make a good impression. I don't think we make a good impression. Really got to go. No worries. Take care. Hope you're having a good day, and thank you for the raid. Bye bye, Game Train. Do a quick shout out. I can use this feature. Shout out. Game Train Studios. Oop. Look at that. I did a thing. That's so cool. You see it? You see it, Jeff Bezos? I could use Twitch. I don't think he knows I exist. Okay, get active class, get current stage. And let's compare this to stage to check. Yeah. Stage to check. You know, part of I was wondering, you know, because we do the stage completion check. I'm kind of wondering if this class reference that's being fed through is maybe not compatible. I just don't know. Guess we'll see. Get not false, otherwise take the opposite. And do this thing. Alright, let's override the graph display text. Checks if current stage is It is valid. Select. If true, get the display name. Otherwise, do invalid class. And based on the Boolean of not, false rule. Or technically I could do checks of current stage is, well, this is fine too. It is what it is. It'll work. And I think it's because when you talk, she'll say, I can bring a book next time. But if we're on her... Oh wait, I kind of miswrote this. Hold on. I fucked up. I made a big fuck up. Oh. I kind of forgot the exact reason why there were only 3 encounters was because I wanted to repeat the last encounter. But I just wrote her lore as her permanently moving up north. And you won't see her again. Would you send me Lazy Fangs? So I gotta fix that real quick. Where does she mention that? On my way back from the Golden Waste to go live permanently. I mentioned that I'm moving up to Frozenfell to live with Sir Brant. Okay. Yeah, she mentions it again. I could probably just skip a lot of this. Yeah, this section is kind of awkward because of it. I kind of want to rework it, but... And I want her to mention it, but it doesn't really have any relevance if you don't know about it. And she's not just going to bring up the fact that she got engaged randomly. A weird thing to start a conversation with a stranger, right? Okay, I'm gonna, yeah, it's gonna be weird. But I can kind of retrofit it in there. Awkward but workable. Okay, and then in the lore loop, player has heard of Sunblight. It's very possible that the player hasn't. This is where we jump to in these locations. Granted, I suppose... No, because if she's going to repeat... So hold on. If she's going to repeat the... This third encounter... Sorry, this is the first time we're writing this repeat type of encounter. So it's a little bit of a new way of doing things for us. Let's assume that we repeat this third encounter here. Which case we would just jump straight down to here and jump over. But I think I'll have a... We'll do 2. Or I can put it here. I could also put it, you know what, it might be better to put it here. Okay, so we'll just keep this the same, untouched. And we'll do a note here for asking about the Sunblight book. But the conditions for this will have to be that the merchant will bring it, but has not already brought it. Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. True. And another condition, save choice. Merchant 1 brought Sunblight book. False. And then we will save when you click that. Merchant 1 brought Sunblight book. True. Okay, so this will be the dialogue about Sunblight book. And I need to make sure on these nodes as well to toggle dialogue functionality, show close button but bartering disabled, and same thing here. Beautiful. Okay. We'll probably need to go back to the second. Oh, we'll want to double check all of her content here just to make sure that we do properly set close and bartering to disabled when it should be. I don't think I did it at all in her second encounter here. Good thing is we can just put it on these nodes and these nodes. It should be okay. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. If you go anywhere, we'll be banned from life. To the kitchen to get. I just got an email. Some company sent me an email saying they're a leading European company creating 3D avatars for 3D platforms and video games. We developed 3 different AI models to generate 3D avatars from 2D selfie pictures. I can't even. Okay, so obviously this is weird, but you know how when like people send you their send you emails, they have the little signature at the bottom, like who that person is, and it shows like a picture sometimes. The picture is literally like the most. This is the most Second Life type. This is the most Sims 3 Second Life picture of this guy. I gotta show it to you guys. Hey TJR, how's the work going? I got a little sidetracked by an email I got, and I have to show it on stream if I can. Oh my god, no, show the, what are you doing? Oh, show images, okay, there we go. This this is the picture. So this company specializes in making 3D, using AI to make 3D avatars. And yeah, this is it. Looks like me. Oh, thank you. I look so old like that, yeah. Fallout 4 character. That's, I mean, I guess it was time, I guess, for technology to make 3D characters using AI. I'm not gonna do it though. Bro, that's my dad. Oh shit. Well, you are called Blessed 3D. Totally not Blessed GG. The King of Fish, you're finally at the top. Wow. A different 3D model maker based on pictures from avatars. Give it my Viper bat character. It slaughtered it. Oh, you're a furry, so I think it's okay that you get slaughtered. In Minecraft. Hold on. Wait. Twitch in Minecraft. I meant in Minecraft. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't think any of these 3D model makers are very good. They're all kind of shit. Hey Travis, say they're dialogue master. Dude, I think we're gonna be done today with this dialogue. At least for the merchant. I'm so tired of it. Then I have a few bugs to fix. Furry phobic. I'll add it to the list. Add it to the list I'm phobic with. I'm not an arachnophobe though. I can confirm not an arachnophobe. Alright, let's connect these up too. Let's go with... I think that's everything for this trip. Merchant will leave. Well, he's always so chill and shooting against furries. Well, you know. You know, love and peace and all that, but not for the furries. 77 mining just from mining coal, dude. I saw that. You're trying to get the gloves? Yeah, I got the gloves doing amethyst. That took forever. Apparently power mining iron's the best way to go, but I cannot power mine iron for more than 10 minutes before losing my mind. I don't know about you. Doing coal though seems pretty cool. Seems like a good move. Oh, this will not, hold on, this will... what do I need to do here? I guess if we're repeating the encounter, I can't use a narrative condition that checks if the encounter has been completed. What I can do is check if the dialogue note has played, because it will check based on ID, and the ID will be the same regardless. So, remove event. And we'll make this one show if this has played once. So condition Or if, no, this other one is played once. Right? Other way around. If it hasn't played. Okay, hold on. Extreme Effects, thank you for the follow. Nice name. I like it. Apparently Slimushman was the first person to get the T8 relic this league. I saw that, yeah. I mean, he's a fast dude. He gets that shit done fast. It's impressive. Thank you. Well, thank you for the follow and thank you for showing up. And thank you guys for 569 followers. Very nice. Yeah, I want this one first. This will be the... Well, I think that's everything. And we only want this to play once, so the condition is... Has dialogue node played? Put in itself once, false rule. Nice first catch. Damn, you got a shark your first catch. That is pretty good. A great white. Bank and teleport menu quality of life. Yeah, I just saw that update. What does that look like? I can get distracted for 5 minutes. What do we got? Oh, they finally added this. Yeah, that's nice. That is very nice. Bank quality of life. Oh, you can finally lock inventory slots. Oh, bank standing and skilling has never gotten better. That's good. That's really good. That is great quality of life. And deposit lock slots too. Huge. Absolutely huge mungus. Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment? Building rugs, reward to kits affecting multiple for single. League 5's reward bug fixes. They added the bow ornament kit and the spirit tree scroll to be marketable finally. Good. Added a rotation option. Awesome. What about the Arims? Those who bought a set of kits, an extra kit will be added to your bank at some time post updates. Awesome. Good, good, good. Okay. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, huge quality of life. That's great. That's great. Very excited for this. Especially when doing like bank standing stuff like fletching. Cool. You guys are fighting for the top spot. The top spot that means nothing, by the way. It means everything. Life and death. Okay, this will end the encounter then. So what happens is that the first time you have this encounter, only this is visible, because this one requires that this one be used. This will lock you into her leaving, so she'll leave. And then when it comes back, this condition will be false. This condition will be true, and she'll just leave. So we can do a bit of a custom goodbye here, based on your encounter with her. But first, I will hook up the Sunblight. You have that Sunblight book you mentioned. Bringing. And this should be made trueable, possible to make true at any time. Hey Xavius. Morning question. Plinking around looking for a personal finance solution for monthly budget, etc. type stuff that runs in Docker. Do you run anything? Have any suggestions? Poke around dev channels, see what people use in general. A personal finance solution for monthly budget that runs in Docker. Lazy Fangs might know something. Lazy Fangs is a programmer and he works in finance, banking. Might know what. Xavius asked, clicking around looking for a personal finance solution for monthly budget, etc. type stuff that runs in Docker. And I don't know anything, but maybe somebody else does. And thank you for the follow as well. And I also doxed your information. I said that you worked in finance. Indeed. Got it tucked around here somewhere. Pen and paper, don't share your financial stuff with any software. One called Firefly 3, but I haven't set it up yet. Just taking more before I commit to something. I know for my banking app gives me budgetary info, which is pretty nice. So I don't use any external program. Also, I don't have a full, I don't make money. I don't have a salary. So my budget is kind of just, it's always negative, always net negative. So I tend not to budget it because then I'll know the exact numbers of how negative it is. So, yeah, it's not the greatest time for me. No, it's no worries. It's just because I'm starting my own studio, so I don't have a full-time job in game dev. Well, this is my full-time job, but I don't get paid for it. Got it tucked around here somewhere. It's for reminding me. Should be able to grab it next time we trade. Yet is the optimal stipulation. Yeah, that really is the... That's the hope. That's the hope and the dream. Thank you. This will jump back to here. And then we'll just put the narrative event on here to add it to our inventory. Yeah, I've tried throughout like the past 10 years different times to start making my own games. And I always wanted to start making something on my own every time I was working at some place, but I never had the energy or the time to do it. It was always, oh dude, it would be so cool if you and me, we could make our own game, maybe in our free time or on the weekends. Ain't nobody have time on the weekends or in their free time. Nobody has that time. I like to think that you do. And maybe 1 or 2 weekends you'll have time. But that's not enough to make a full game. Usually. So for me, it was more optimal just to, you know what, fuck it. Quit full-time job and let's just try it. Let's try it full-time. Free time is an illusion, it really is. When I was a kid, I used to love the Choose Your Own Adventure books. Xavius, me too. Me too, and I think that you will probably like a lot of the branching narrative that we're trying to go for here, and the choice that we're giving you with our game. Long story short, it is an alchemy RPG, so you make potions for adventurers and NPCs that show up, and you can make whatever potion you want, and based on the potion that you give them, you might have very different outcomes with their stories. For instance, just our little merchant here even has her own story, and you can end up you can provide her with a poison and a cure for that poison at the same time. That's its own outcome. Giving her a potion with fear or frenzy effect is its own outcome. Multiple different custom responses to the effects that you could provide. She could end up robbed, she could end up dead. And this is just like one side little character that we have. So I love choose your own adventure, and I love games that really provide you with a lot of choices and consequence. It's my favorite thing. Looking for a girl that will treat me like a prince, which I am. Which I am. Quit full-time job, become trophy husband. Dude, I'm not a trophy husband, though. I'm literally like the... What's the opposite of a trophy? I'm a shame husband. At most, my fiance will mention that she's getting married, and she'll never mention to who. Don't want a wife or girl. I like not being broke. You have to find the girls who are like really stingy with their own money. They exist. They're not always common, but they exist. You're right, you're not a husband yet. Nope, I am not. We'll take bets on how long that'll last. Joke, we love each other. We're perfect for each other. We're equal amounts of lazy and hypocritical. I like spending money, she does not like spending money. I'm older, so I have the pay for everything mentality just from the way I grew up. I mean, I'm kind of old school in that way too. I think that it's a little emasculating right now for me, admittedly, to not have a job and not be able to provide. But I'm trying to change that. It's a very competitive industry, so I need to make sure that I can get that job and provide in the case of emergencies or bad scenarios. I don't have trouble admitting that, though. But even if that's not the case, I know that she doesn't openly judge me negatively for not being this kind of person yet. We're both in this tough financial situation and career situation. It's better just to be supportive of each other right now. We loved each other, she'd be here now. I don't know if she wants to be on camera. And she has work. Yes, I know social media is really blitzing these days, but I agree. There's no upside to marriage for a guy. Better tax incentives. You still do get better tax incentives combining incomes. And it's nice being able to, you know, like have somebody go to the store to shop once in a while. Like, you know what? Yeah, but if you split, she gets half. You can always do a prenuptial. I might do a prenup. I don't know. We have to talk about it. Which negates the tax break, it does. I think it's more important than ever, especially with how social media is these days and people's, you know, like, you know, mental illnesses are on the rise, depression on the rise, financial situations becoming worse. To find somebody who can be with you through thick and thin. Don't want her getting my crypto gains. Fair. Only steals a woman, but also won't share his wealth. No, it's. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think it's important to set boundaries early on. You know, her parents fight over money a lot, and I know that was a tough. It was a tough change for her to be with me, somebody who shares money. You know, my parents share money; they share bank accounts, and it's not like that doesn't come with problems too, but. you know, we needed to set early boundaries of, okay, we're sharing an account. This is our money, and it doesn't matter how much each individual contributes. But big purchases we talk about, and if there are small purchases that we need, you know, I don't want her to feel guilty buying like some salmon for her sandwiches, even though she sometimes does, because it's more expensive than something else she could put on there, like ham or chicken. It's tough. It's tough because, you know, having parents that fight over finances really, I think, fucks up kids. So I don't want to be that kind of parent. At least once the game sells, he'll be spending broad money in our market. True. Working on a woodworking hobby, dude, nice. Woodworking is fucking awesome. Bought a new bandsaw for 1,800 bucks, bought it with profits from crypto. Well, dude, you gotta show what you make sometimes, because I love working with wood. It's great. And it smells good. Woodworking is a very good smelling hobby. If you're not getting high off of the fumes from wood finishing, you are getting safely high off of the smell of cut wood and lumber. Get you that Home Depot smell. I'd only ever consider anything with a prenup, and even then, what's the damn point of marrying nowadays? Well, I'd say sex, but you end up with less sex once you get married, so... The illusion of sex. It's like choose your own adventure games nowadays, right? Or like Dragon Age Veilguard. You have the illusion of choice. And in this case, it's the illusion... Well, also Dragon Age Veilguard, the illusion of sex. Because it doesn't exist in that game. In more ways than one. More people have sex outside of marriages than inside. True. Okay, hold on. I gotta think. I gotta think here. Rather than me mean, let me think about how to finish this dialogue. And then I'll read the comments. Okay, we need to have different outcomes and responses for if your potion was shit. Versus if you helped her, and if you knew about Brant, or if you didn't. I think those are the big ones. We could also do a little bit of a dialogue for whether or not you talk to her about some of like history. I need it to feel personal based on the choices that you made with her. So we'll say up here, provided fear of friends, you should probably take priority. She's forgiven you for that, but she's gonna mention it. When I was younger, someone was like, put a penny in a jar for every BJ you get. Once you get married, remove a penny for each BJ you get. After marriage, you'll never empty that jar of pennies. That's pretty funny. My jar stayeth empty. Well, my fiance and soon-to-be wife is the only woman I've been with intimately. Maybe I'm super old school like that, and I still believe, you know, in the benefits of a nuclear family. I don't care who it is staying at home watching the kids, but I firmly believe that a society should aim to make sure that one person can earn enough to provide for a family and kids, but that doesn't seem to be possible nowadays, unfortunately. I wish we could go back to that time and one parent could sit at home and raise the kids, teach them well, keep them away from the iPad. I don't know. You can work while reading all here all the time. You can work while dealing with children too, probably. I don't know. I don't like working from home. I can't imagine having kids at home and trying to focus on working. I like The Office. I think we just do a potion score check. Conditions. Potion score. E1 bad. And we could do base, good, and exceptional. I don't see why not. Online, I know some families it costs more for the second person in the relationship to work because of childcare and all that. Many situations the family saves money by having one of the parents be stay at home. Interesting. I mean, I don't know about the financials, but I do know that I'm very happy in hindsight that my mom was a stay-at-home mom. And I'm very thankful for my dad that he could provide us financially for that. And he sacrificed a lot to be able to do that. Without a doubt, many years of his life were sacrificed. Just in terms of like health, right? Back in the day, a single person could do that. Nowadays, good luck. Yeah, it's not possible. It sucks. Money sucks. I think if I had like a toddler, you know, a kid who could like look after themselves, or especially like a teenager, I could work from home and I won't have to worry too much about the kid, but my efficiency would fall if I worked from home with a kid. 100%. It's not even a question. And maybe that's unavoidable, you know, especially if two people have to work. But I'm trying to get to a point in my life where I can provide for my family, and we could achieve that. But my solution is just don't have kids. I think a lot of people are choosing that. An awful lot. Because even if they wanted to, they just can't afford it. It's just not doable in most people's cases. You have to be very well off. And let's say even theoretically you could afford to have a child. Do you even have the space for a child? Maybe you have, you know, an apartment that is enough for you and your significant other. And you have the money where you could afford paying for the food and the care for the child. But then you don't have the space for it. Parents split when I was like 12, 14. My mom was a housewife back then. She went from housewife to having her own business. She worked 24/7 to provide for me. We were on the lower end of middle class and never wanted for anything. My mom would somehow pull a rabbit out of a hat to give me what I wanted. She passed now. I'm really sorry to hear that. But my mom was the fucking best person in the work. Dude, moms are crazy. Moms will... The love of a parent... Crazy. Especially moms are just... Ooh, they will fight wars. They will fight with millions of people just to protect their child. It's pretty funny. They will move heaven and earth, exactly. Yeah, my mom would do that too. Even when I was a piece of shit child. And I was a piece of shit child. I was getting in trouble. I was doing the worst things ever. And my mom, I think she even knew when I was lying, but she would still defend me. I had no reason to be defended. Usually the people who have the worst financial situation don't think about that. They can't provide and they make the most kids. Well, that's a philosophical problem, I think. We can't forget too, we still need the backup encounter if you refuse to make the potion with her, so... Need backup encounter or no potion. That should be really, really quick to make. Very quick to make. Yeah, most people don't make money with crypto. My goal is to make money with games. Just games. That looks good. Play poker. So how much do you enjoy Balatro then? That's the real question. Stock market is the same perceived value. How you doing, Wormies? How you doing, man? You can't get into Balatro. I mean, to be fair, Balatro doesn't have a lot to do with poker. Just utilizing poker hands. My fiance cannot. She doesn't get Balatro. She doesn't get poker hands. Everything is just made up. Call your tits and don't think about it. Okay. Calm your tits. Probably what you mean. Is Balatro more solitaire? I mean, it's like it's a mix, I guess, but it's poker hands, so it doesn't have too much to do with solitaire. Just a solitary game. It's like solitaire. It's like poker solitaire. Yeah, don't worry, we're just memeing here. Everybody's memeing. And, I don't trust myself with potions either. So I understand. Yeah, we're chill here. Don't worry. We get into some pretty controversial topics from time to time, so we don't take anything too seriously. Even if you have like a pretty extreme opinion, as long as you're not being a dick about it or anything. Docker container. New gay bar. Docker. Ooh, ooh, you know what? Docker would be a great name for a gay bar. Holy shit. New business idea. Scourge of the Darkest Dungeon. Goodbye, and then that one, the encounter. Yeah, I gotta update my Twitch info too. I gotta do that maybe this weekend. on a tropical island by 30. And what I'm telling you, like, you guys could give me 10 million bucks tomorrow and I wouldn't change a thing. Except for hiring a team to finally work on the game. There's no amount of money you could give me that would make me want to retire. You're in 50. Alright, Dad. I just turned 30 pretty recently, so. Kind of an old soul, though. Sip on bourbon. Relax. Senpai. How do I actually want to split the provided I don't think I have a condition for provided potions. I guess I could do a potion outcome, like did the player provide a potion? Do I even have a way to check if a potion was provided? I've encountered potion needs. Potions provided. My question is, if we have potions provided, do we still save whether or not a potion was even given? Because I could just do an empty value for the encounter. I gotta check that. Nope. UI. Dialogue. Nope. Not here. Bata. Confirmation. We probably set it here. Save provided potions. Thing is, I don't know how to check. Yes, I do. For error checking. Yeah, I think I can do it. It's actually very easy. I just need to make sure that when we save this that it works correctly. So what I'll do is all we need are these three and then add these two: story, events, and encounter. We just won't feed it a main potion or any secondary potions. So it'll create with the proper encounter reference with no attached main potion or secondary potions, and then we can do a check for that and just check is main potion and secondary potions empty. If true, no potions were provided, although you have to provide a main potion, so we can just check if main potion is equal to the default. Yeah. Okay. I should refactor that a little bit. Refill the coffee cup and nicotine in my lungs. I feel like when you hit a certain age, you just have to, like, the world presents you with a few choices. They put drugs, nicotine, alcohol on the table, and they say choose the one that you want to die from. And you have to pick one. And we all pick one. Daily 2 consumptions, yeah. For me, it's the alky and the caffeine. Not all. Shut up. Perfect person. Can you hand this over to a narrative director? Please record the reaction. I will. I think they will appreciate the tool set that they're being given. I don't know, it's gonna be so hard to find. Oh yeah, you are furry. Okay, so it's either... Okay, it's either drugs, alcohol, tobacco. You have a gun with the registration scratched off, or a furry costume. Hey, Forest Bug, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. How you doing? How's your Wednesday? Masturbation, food, oh yeah, food consumption. That's true. We're all just a walking mess of problems. That's why I feel like it's wrong to just judge people, or like, okay, so that person overeats. Fair enough. Oh, that person drinks himself to death. Fair enough. Wearing a furry costume? Gross. What a horrible person. Okay, maybe I do judge. Alright, where's my spawn encounter? I need to set up the... What is it called? The potion outcomes. Potion outcome type. Potion outcome trigger types. Potion outcome trigger comparators. We need potion outcome trigger types. And we'll do a new one for did provide potions. And also did not provide potions. Although I think realistically, rather than a potion outcome trigger type, I should do one for a... What am I thinking? A requirement type. Story requirement. NPC spawning requirements. We'll add one here for... Did provide potions. Quit smoking, but I still take the nicotine pills. It's definitely better for your lungs. I'm very happy for that. Are you trying to wane off, or are you just using that to replace the smoking habit? Okay, we don't want to save any. This looks scary. Don't save. And close. The right thing to do. It looks scary. One year to replace, I feel better. Dude, nice, congrats. I'm trying to cut back on the alcohol consumption. It's making me fat. And probably slowly killing me. And I wasn't even drinking a whole lot. Like, oh, a glass of wine after work. Maybe 2. Every day. Not a good idea. It's tasty and it's cheap. And that's the problem. Alright, I need to check complete NPC stage. We need to put the new... Gaming's still considered an addiction. It can be. I think a major poundage. Yeah, I gotta lose like 20. I'm at like 170 right now. I want to go back to 150. Look at this. Always replace one addiction with another. One glass is supposed to keep the doctor away. No, guys, no. That's not the way to do it. Sometimes it is, though. Okay, where do I do the requirements? Up here. So there should be one for did provide potions. Now we have a value, a sub-value, and sub-value too. I think did provide potions should use an encounter reference and false threshold. That's it. So similar to like stage complete. We'll call this did provide potion. A lot of spaghetti, but that's kind of just how select nodes are, unfortunately. Unless I did it smartly and set this as a variable, which I didn't because I'm stupid, so. Continue with the spaghetti. Start using kilograms, the number is lower. There's a lot of diabetes problems in my family, and I want to avoid that. And getting fat and drinking is not going to help at all. So I will do the thing that I should do, which is just not do what I'm doing. Start drinking less Coke. This is there's no sugar in this, so doesn't really do anything. The number of calories in this entire 2 liter is like 10. Not even. It is 4 calories in this bottle. I've been drinking diet soda for like 10 years or something, or over 10 years. That was one of the reasons that I started losing so much weight. So back in like high school, I was 190 pounds, and cutting out candy and sugar soda went down like crazy. Not a chemistry in this shit will get you faster than the sugar. Yeah, but I will die of chemicals and not of obesity. And I prefer that. I think the calories are the problem. Yeah, but I need the actual science that proves that reasonably drinking diet soda leads to obesity. And not drinking it, but you'd have to drink so much that you would die of drowning yourself before the chemicals actually take place. The microplastics, whatever. Like, I'm not going to avoid the microplastics. I just don't want to be fat. Oh, you know what? I should copy that when I'm actually finished writing this. Did provide potions. Get potions. Get provided potions. Oh yeah, we do pass a boolean for player provided potions. So hold on. Save provided potions. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta check something. Just living your life and don't try to get 100 people. Or like people 400 years were old with 50. Again, I don't care about the microplastics. I care about being obese because that will lead to the diabetes. The diabetes. I don't want to die of diabetes. I'd rather die of microplastics or alcohol poisoning. That's the way that I've chosen to die. Let me die the way that I choose. I'm an American, and this is how I choose to kill myself. understand then. Wait. I did. Get potions provided. Find the encounter. We pass true if the potion... Okay, so rather than this, what I need to do is a quick extra branch here. That's why it's doing this. I need the default structure for this, but I can't really check if it is equal to the default. I guess if ingredients is equal to none, is empty. Because then we know it wasn't just a dud potion, but there was literally no potion. Use a side table for the mouse on my lazy boy. Dude, you sound just like my dad too. No proper desk or chair, just use the couch. And a laptop, and then the couch as the mouse pad. Diabetes explicitly linked to diabetes, or can you be like slim and have diabetes? You can, yes, you can. So either you have destroyed your insulin production, or your body attacks your what is it that produces the insulin? It's the not the pancreas. What's the organ that produces the insulin? If you guys know, thyroid? No, it's not the thyroid. I don't think. Wait. Which organ produces insulin? It is the pancreas. So your body can naturally attack. I think it is the pancreas itself, or part of the pancreas, that produces the insulin. And that is like type 1 diabetes, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's like type 2, which is the you fucked over your pancreas kind of thing. So in one case, your body doesn't produce enough insulin, and in one case, your body produces no insulin at all. I think. My brother has the one that you get as like a kid, which sucks. Your body just fucks your insulin. Like, he didn't do anything wrong, it just happened. So he has to inject himself with insulin. And my other members of my family have to augment their insulin. Something like that, I don't know the specifics. The IP. Quick, type it in. Oh, it's a local IP. Damn it. Pretty funny. Okay, get provided. So encounter to check. Spawn condition satisfaction. Do a select. I think we handle the false rules within the... Yes, okay, we do. So did provide potions. False threshold. That's not what I wanted. If true, take the opposite. Good. And then we just copy this down here. Mom died from marshmallows? What? Huh? Fat content was related to other stuff, not sugar. Wanted to be deep inside your body, process the food. You guys are too smart for me. I'll assume what you're saying is true. Okay, so we should be able to check if the player actually provided potions, and we should pass a false... we should pass the correct Boolean through, so either the encounter isn't found and we default to false. So our original intention was okay. However, now that we pass through the blank encounter with an unselected main potion and secondary potions, there is no way to make a potion without ingredients. So by checking if ingredients is empty, true or false, and providing that, then we should be okay. And there's no way to provide secondary potions without providing a main potion, so should be good to go. The stream is your main source of education about all the topics, all of them. Wow. You must surround yourself with smart people. That's how you grow. It's true. So to end that chat, leave. Damn, harsh. Network stack with 192 total CPU cores. You really do sound like my dad at this point. Okay, but can it run Doom? And how many FPS do you get in Minecraft? That's the big question. Nope, it can't. Well, then it's not a real computer, is it? Kids these days and not being able to play Doom. There are kids, Davis, there are kids being born that will not play Doom. They will say it looks old, and they will not play Doom. How do you cope with that? How do us old people cope with kids not playing Doom? You've never played Doom, Jesus. Doom is really fun. There's some really good mobile. It actually plays pretty well on like a controller. So if you have like a mobile device or like a Switch or something, because you don't have to aim up or down, it's just left or right, so it's good to play with a controller. You know, they ran Doom in a high-tech computation satellite in space. Somebody ran Doom in a PDF, or was that Tetris? Both run Doom on everything. Working on a 250 spaceships for a space game. I just got done playing a game for 2 years, so I want to jump back in. Oh my god. For a morning radio show, there's a college course for learning how to use Python or use a phone. Wait, what? I shit you not. One of the tasks is to call a business and ask if they have something. No, it's not. No. Lies. Fake news. Let me search this. You know, to be fair, I think that this is fine. This is not too memey. You know, they're teaching you like how to change your SIM card, where to look at settings for setting up and transferring information. That's fair. That's fair. $30, fair. I think you should give it for free to old people though. If you can remember it, it's a course on phone etiquette. Yeah, if you ever remember that. That would be hilarious to see. Many kids these days don't know how to socialize because they've been grown up on looking at fucking iPads, and then COVID happened and they were forced to use Zoom to try and stay paying attention on their classes. Socially, kids are fucked. Social media, they're raised to socialize through games, which is no comparison for socializing in real life. Billie Eilish said she never learned how to type on a computer keyboard? Dude, the kids are cooked, man. They're so cooked. Bye-bye, kids. Bye-bye. Please tell me this didn't fuck over my spawn controls. No, it didn't. Okay, wonderful. Thank the Lord. Matrix generation. Yeah, but Matrix is cool. This is just a bunch of socially inept kids having to deal with life. And I'll tell you what, this is the one thing that Wall-E got wrong. Because Wall-E showed that once the people turned off their screens, they could socialize like normal. And that is absolutely not the case. So Wall-E was right about everything except for that. Okay, Dialogue Merchant 1, E3 needs to be spawn if did provide potions, encounter E1. Otherwise, we'll have a new encounter and that'll spawn with, if you didn't provide potions at all. A lot of meds will cause insulin resistance if you catch it early. Check your meds. Find out if they cause insulin resistance. Tell your doctor to take you off it. Maybe I should check that. YouTube links okay here? 100%. Yeah. Found something interesting on this college course? Go for it.
You may remember we talked about this last week, how Gen Z is freaked out by phone calls.
Yeah.
There's a college in the UK that offers a course to teach students how to make and accept calls, deal with phone anxiety, and basically help them overcome their fear known as telephobia.
Telephobia. Oh my god, a new phobe unlocked. So according to my enemies, or to the people who classify me as an enemy, I am a transphobe, a homophobe, probably a xenophobe too, even though none of these are true. And now, new phobe unlocked, transphobe, or phone phobe. What do they call telephobe? Oh my god. You can be anything these days.
Baxter, a career advisor at Nottingham College, and Naya Sneath, who is a student there. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Naya, what are you so afraid of?
What are you so afraid? What are you so afraid, dude? Okay, this guy absolutely based already.
I find that phone calls are quite stressful.
Why?
Why?
Just talk.
Because phone calls to me, they have like a sense of urgency. I feel as though it's something to worry about.
God forbid an adult feels a sense of urgency in their life. Wow. Holy shit. What does she also say? She has anxiety? I have anxiety. Bitch, that's an emotion, not a mental illness. That's called being anxious. Wow. Congratulations. Welcome to adulthood. I love that guy.
You're worried that the person on the other end of the line is judging you?
100%, because most of the time a phone call, like to an earphone call, I feel as though I can't see them on the other side. So I don't know if they're laughing at me, if they're talking about me behind my back. I find it worrying.
Yeah.
That's not being a telephobe, though. That's like... There's another term for that. He calls her bluff right off the start. He does. What's the term for it? It's like it's kind of like imposter syndrome, but you're worried that everybody's... Wouldn't it be like a sub branch of your ego? Yeah, it's about being judged. But I guarantee that when you call up, hello, restaurant. I'd like to, you know, set up a reservation. The person behind the phone isn't thinking, ew, oh my god, this person's calling for a reservation. They're probably thinking, okay, tell me the date and the time. Okay, how many people? Okay, thank you, you're reserved. Okay, what was I doing? Like, that's it. That's it. Doesn't matter. But they can't even think that you're ugly because you're on the other end of the phone.
So Larry has always had some. He's not always accepted that this is a thing, but
It
I
isn't
think
a
when
thing.
you talk to people your age, this really is a concern for them. And Liz, I'm curious for you, like when you talk to people Naya's age, what is the first thing that you tell them about how important a phone call is, especially when they're
Grow up. That's the first thing. If you're afraid of making phone calls, make the phone call. Make the damn phone call. If you're afraid of sending emails, look, I get it. When you send like an email with your CV to get a job, here's how you do it. You click send and you press close on the browser and you walk away. That's it. You just do it. Just send it and walk away. That's not how you motivate people. Just do it. That's how I motivate Nike. Hashtag Michael Jordan, Steve Carell. Just do it. Okay?
they're going to be out there looking for jobs.
It's such an essential life skill.
Yes, it is. Why didn't their parents teach them that?
Young people today are brilliant. They want to learn and they want to engage with,
Young people these days are brilliant and want to learn. Well, not from what I've seen.
Applying for work, having an interview online or on a telephone, but they don't have the skills or the confidence to be able to do that. So what we do at Nottingham College is work with students, having identified that this is an area of need, and we run a series of class sessions designed to support students with practicing these skills in a safe space and developing their confidence.
A safe space? Yeah, those don't exist in real life. Those aren't real.
Yeah, I mean, I don't deny that. I see that this is a thing. I just don't understand why it has to be a thing. So
right?
How much of it deals with...
Oh my God, who is this guy? Can I donate? Who is this guy? I need to know his name.
The psychology, because Naya, I know you want to be cool, and isn't it cool to not care what other people think on the other side of the telephone?
I think for me, it's more of not necessarily being cool, but a confidence thing. Like for me, I much prefer talking to people.
Okay, so it's again, you just have a lack of confidence. You feel vulnerable. What you need to do is talk to a therapist, right? Or you need to like search inside yourself to find that confidence. I mean, I'm not going to say that therapy or medicine can give you confidence. Only you can give yourself confidence. But this isn't like, if she's afraid of making a call on a telephone, then the real issue is that she feels vulnerable communicating. And that's like a completely different thing that needs to be addressed. Like there's an underlying issue here that maybe you can solve it for phones, but she's probably going to feel the same way in real life, like talking to people. And she might even feel it worse in real life talking to a person, because then she can see them, making faces and doing, physical, communications. Body language. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for. Youngies text only, and they have all the time in the world to think about the answer. Making a call, you force someone to converse with you and have to reply very quickly. That is true. That is true, but that's just every single conversation that is done verbally is like that. Like if she ever hopes to go into a workplace and have any sort of like meeting, she's going to have the same problem. So it's not telephobia. It is a complete breakdown of confidence and a vulnerability to communicating. I don't think it is. I would doubt that it's only linked to the telephone. He's so calling the millennials bluff. I don't think she's a millennial though. She would be Gen Z. I'm millennial, but millennial ends at 1996. I was born in 94. I'm a late millennial. And I'm 30. That scares you guys. So I think she's Gen Z.
I feel as though making eye contact and show, like I'm moving my hands under the table as I speak now. Like I talk a lot with my body language, and I feel with a phone call I don't very much convey that quite well. And it's not necessarily trying to not worry about what other people think. It's
The
more
thing though too, she's doing just fine on this call with a news station. I mean, if anything, I would be very anxious calling a news station and what I would say. Maybe she's cured, I don't know, but she's doing well at this at least, and this is way more anxious than a phone call with a restaurant or a business.
what impression am I giving off to other people?
I see. Huh. Okay.
Liz, so what would be like the first step with Naya? Like, so what's the first thing you would do? Say like, hey, let's try to call a restaurant, because I think a lot of people Naya's age are probably not used to calling a restaurant.
Absolutely. So what we've been doing today in class is that we give students a set of 1 of 5 scenarios where you're actually needing to make a telephone call. So like you've said, a reservation for a restaurant, calling a doctor's to make an appointment for yourself, calling in sick. These are all things that you will need to make phone calls for. So what we do is we use a script. So the students will...
Oh my God, they're like telemarketers. So what, they're like phone scammers from India. Use the script, stick to the script. Don't worry, sell the penis enlargement pills. You can do it, just use the script.
Up back to back and practice. One is the caller, one is the receiver, and sticking to a script enables students to develop their skills and confidence in kind of being able to manage the unexpected once they kind of understand the ebb and flow of a two-way telephone call.
I mean, but that's the thing, it's like setting up a doctor's appointment or a reservation is very scripted. There's very specific information that you need to have to make these sort of reservations or appointments. Going off the script, I would think would be a lot worse. But there aren't a whole lot of calls like that you make anymore these days where you would go off script. I mean, here's the thing, like reservations can mostly be done online, and same with like doctor's appointments in a lot of cases. Like here in Poland, you make all the doctor's appointments online, and reservations 90% of the time you can make online. In some places you have to call. But it's not like I don't know, it's hard lying to your boss.
A lot of companies these days, when you call, you're automatically going through to a virtual assistant. You're automatically going through to an AI system.
So like, what's the issue?
And a lot of our young people simply don't have the opportunity to be able to practice and demonstrate those skills. So it's not kind of their fault, really.
But the AI assistant isn't asking you anything that a real person wouldn't ask. If you're making a reservation to a restaurant and they have an AI assistant or they're a person, the same information is needed. What date, what time, how many people. That's it. And they'll either say, we don't have any availability at that time. Do you have another time available? Or your reservation is made. We'll see you and thank you for calling. That's it.
Moving away from telephone conversations as a society. My son's a similar age, and he just talks into a phone, leaves voice notes, and then waits for his friends to call him back with their notes. So then debate disappears, which worries me a lot because these are our future. These are brilliant young people, and they just need the skills and the confidence to be able to go forward, because it is an essential life skill.
Do you guys leave voice notes? I've never left voice notes. I've never have. I will never leave a voice note. I would rather even have AI transcribe my voice to text and send the text. Voicemail, but I don't leave voicemails anymore. If I cannot reach somebody in voicemail, I will just call back later. I mean, I used to as a kid, but nowadays, no more landlines. That might be the biggest generational change for millennials, was that we don't leave voicemails really. We just send a text. No, something that really annoys me, go for it. This is my phone unless I need to talk to someone. I have it on silent all the time. Same. It only vibrates for me. I'll do WhatsApp. I don't do WhatsApp. I don't like WhatsApp. You call someone that don't answer, call back, no answer, send a text, they reply within 5 seconds. If I see somebody calling me that I know, I will pick up. If I don't know the person, I will not pick up. and I will wait for a text. If they do not send a text, I will assume that they were like a telemarketer, and I will not call back. That's it. So if you want anything from me, text is safest. Call. If I don't know you, send a text, and then I will reply. Someone you know? Yeah.
All right. Naya, you can do it.
You can do it. Dude, this guy is great.
This phone call right now is making me nervous. When I heard it was a Zoom call, I was like...
Well, you did fantastic. I think you're doing a great job. You
She's
deserve
doing
an
a
A.
good job, to be fair.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
as much as I shit on the whole telephobe thing, telephobia, she did fine. I've seen way more anxious people on calls with news networks, so no. It is what it is. This guy is having the most fun. Yeah, I think the whole thing was fine. But to me it's just like a confidence thing. And I think the lack of being able to properly have a conversation is something that Teletubbyphobia, exactly. I think all kids need to learn how to do it in person. But kids don't really meet up in person these days. They don't go to McDonald's and hang out. They don't walk around the park. I don't know. Stole my crown. Okay, what was I doing before that? That was a good video. Thank you for sending that, though. I appreciate that. My issue is I speak too fast. I think faster than I speak, and then I get caught up in my own words, and that's really what makes me a bad communicator. That, and I'm not a big fan of repeating myself. And I forget what I'm saying all the time. All the time. I'll go sit in the park and text each other while sitting on the same bench. Shut the fuck up. Bramlux. You're spiritually banned. I will not actually ban you, but I will spiritually ban you. You just don't type anything and pretend that you're banned. Okay, so does it also bother you, Xavius? Like it bothers me. Does it bother anyone else? Let's ask that. To see people at like a well-known landmark, like a popular statue or something, or a vista, and they're just taking videos or photos of it instead of just enjoying the moment. Or like people at a concert that are like recording the concert. I don't understand why people can't just enjoy the moment and have to take pictures and videos of everything. Because these days don't even know how to do drugs and chill in the park. Yeah, I mean, I think every older generation shits on the younger generations. It's a way of life. It's a law of humanity. But kids these days being brought up and educated on AI it is concerning. And it's not because you won't always have AI available, but being able to do mental math, I think, is a great skill. And I think being able to think critically on your own without the use of anything else, being able to introspect, doing mental math, very, very important skills. Not a big picture taker, but someone want to save the moment. I can understand wanting to take a picture of you or family members or friends in front of places, but just taking pictures of those places when I can just go on Google Map or Google Earth and see that thing in real life, or much better professional pictures of that landmark, I don't get. Look at my shitty picture of this landmark that I can go on Google and get an 8K picture of instead. Okay, Diag, Merchant E1, or Merchant 1, E4. And this will be the backup repeating encounter. That will be the goal. This math question posted a while back, and there was a 5 billion page Reddit post about the solution. 3 times 3 minus 3 divided by 3 plus 3. $11. Yeah, it's literally as you typed, I was like 11. I was trying to look for the trip up, but I'm like, no, it's just multiply, divide, minus, add. 11. There are some of the ones that are the nervous laugh when saying 11. Yeah, I was like, is there a trip up or something? 90% were saying 5. Idiots. I have seen some of the ones where the order of operations is messed up in, but it's in the way that they have written the math question. Easy, that's 21. Discussion was how some calculators treat order of operations. But there are two, yeah, I don't know. I see the ones that are trying to like trip people up on Twitter or something, but it's usually because they've written the mathematical expression in a way that can be interpreted in 2 different ways. So it's not an issue with people being right or wrong, but an issue with how the expression is laid out. A stages to discard on completion. But technically we aren't discarding E3, right? Well, maybe we are. Let's set it up that way. So E4, an encounter E4 discards E3. So only one will be relevant. But E4 spawning conditions will be slightly different. A weird drawing of a fish. I can add custom rewards to the fishing, so I could add like a microraptor reward. Make it worth like 1 million gold, so whoever gets it will just instantly win. Next time we fish, the person who gets the lowest value by. I mean, math is racist anyway, from what I've heard, so. That's what certain people tell me. Okay, dialogue, Merchant 1 E2 complete. Merchant 1 alive. Merchant 1 wants to trade. And a false threshold for did provide potions in Merchant 1 E1. Should force this one to spawn. And then it'll discard E3. hopefully that works. We will very carefully need to set up the data for the merchant or the repeating encounters. Okay, is merchant E3 done? Are we good here? No, we're not. We have to write these up. These can be the same and lead to the same. That's okay. We could switch on whether or not she mentions her husband as well. Thing is, if she's not very happy with you, will she even mention that? Yes, you would mention that. Thank you for understanding. Your brief. We'll have them both be true if you know about Brandt, but if you don't, then only one of these will be shown. Save choice. Merchant 1 greeted E3, that's the wrong one. A recent YouTube video on Firefly 3 and Docker. No worries, man. There is no requirement to be here or to type in our chat. We like our lurkers. You guys are great. Hope you're having a good day. Keep it real. And if you're lurking and working on your own game right now, hope your game's going well. If you're procrastinating working on your own game, get back to work. You filthy, lazy animal. Ugh. I'm throwing up at the thought of you being lazy. What's your time schedule like? I stream from 9 a.m. Central European time to about 4 p.m. Central European time. So roughly 7-hour stream. I'm living in Poland, but I'm not Polish. You can sub for a year already. That's crazy. We probably should get some sub badges. I could do that. I have somebody I could talk to about that. And it's not those random people on Discord that message me offering to make them. Alright, Merchant 1 has heard of Brandt. We can say, I wish the best to you and Sir Brandt. May you live a... I want to say happy life. May your new life together be fruitful and happy. Lazy Fangs, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs.
Kumezu just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Kumezu.
Thank you so much, and the text-to-speech is gonna go crazy for a little while, so.
Grizirp just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to
May
Grizirp.
your life be full of stuff. That's great. Hey, I'm a millennial writer, but I'm
O
not that much a
podkreślenie
millennial
be just
writer.
subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier
Shout out
1
to
sub to o
Kumezu,
podkreślenie
Grizzy
be.
RP, OB, Darker You, Shrill Duck, Zeppelin, Flight Mac,
SHRILLDUCK
Lazarla, I am
41
Emo,
just
and
subscribed,
Travis,
lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier
getting
1
the,
sub to
subs.
SHRILLDUCK 41.
Forest Bug has dodged the sub.
ZEPLYN21 just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub
Thank you
to
so much, Lazy Fangs. That was really nice of you.
ZEPLYN21. Fight McFight just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Fight McFight.
True.
LAZARLA 980 just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to
gotta turn off the
LAZARLA
Polish text-to-speech.
980.
I thought the Polish text-to-speech would be funny. It is, it gets old fast.
Darkeriu just subscribed, lazy
So-
podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Darkeriu.
You leave it. I think, by the way, if,
Iamemo just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Iamemo.
if you happen to gift 100 bits, I believe it still plays that loud
Travis
gunshot.
podkreślenie Brak just subscribed, lazy
I think.
podkreślenie Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Travis podkreślenie Brak.
May your new life together be fruitful and happy. I appreciate the sentiment. Alchemist. Maybe it doesn't. Well, thank you so much, and we do have a hype train going on. If anybody wants to, if you gift a sub, if you sub, or you use a Prime sub, for those of you with Twitch Prime, you can dodge the pre-roll ads that play on here. You lied. I did lie. I swear I have it set up. Maybe I took it off. Sorry about that. I will give you back the 100 bits spiritually because I cannot do it actually. So pretend you have an additional 100 subs. Appreciate the sentiment, Alchemist. Until next time. And then we can do the goodbye here. Give him a rock for the 100 bits. Here's what I'll do, Shrilduck. There you go. That should work. You guys with the, keep sending that. Like, I gave you 5 free fishies, I think. I don't know if that worked. Okay, it did work. Look at you getting all the gold. You're catching up to Bless 3D and Almost Absent and Lazy Fangs. You know, you're a sub now, actually, Shrill. Like, you can enlarge my emotes too. We have amazing ones such as Micro R3 Cat. Incredible emote. Nah. Okay. Thank you for understanding. My stupid cat emote. I'll see you later then. Lily. Okay. Hype Train level 3 achieved. That's crazy. Wow, wee wow. What does that get us? Maybe we will beat Neurosama. We'll beat Beetle. I can't compete with Neurosama. She's too powerful. Oh! 69 bits. Maybe it was text-to-speech is enabled at 100 bits. Want me to check? I'll double check for you guys. Give me a second. Oh, my stream deck isn't working. So much. Sometimes it does this. I have to plug it and replay. Let me double check for you guys. Look at my ugly face. Okay. It would be in stream elements though, wouldn't it? Which bits? Oh, I had it turned off. Okay, now it's re-enabled. Now 100 bits. I don't know why I turned it off. It must have been during the that interview that I did with Ross from Stop Killing Games. Oh god, it might be really loud though. I don't know if I turn down the volume. Oh god, I hope it's not. Okay, don't send 100 bits. Bait. Thank you again for the potion you provided. Provided me, it was very helpful. Earlier in our dealings was very helpful. And then we'll lead into the split. She'll have a bit of like better responses for that, as opposed to these, which are just kind of short and emotionless. On the leaderboard? Let's see. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, my heart. I was not looking. Ooh, okay, it is still loud. Feels like America again. Okay, wow, that was loud. Thank you for the bits, guys. Thank you for all the subs and the bits, and just in general, all the follows. You will never be required to give us money, but just know all the money that we get on this channel goes directly towards the game development itself, and I really appreciate it. And if you ever want to play our early demo builds, those are available on our Discord for free. Again, you don't have to be a sub or anything. You can just get those right away, and we will never run ads on this channel or on our YouTube. We just want people to enjoy our game and enjoy our streams and content. Glad I could help. And I'll see you next time. Have a nice trip. America's back. We'll see. Gotta help all the drug addicts or people on the streets. Hype train complete level 4, guys. Thank you so much for completing the hype train. I will share the emote that I got. You guys got any emotes too? Let me see them. Red fentanyl should be the shit. You know, I can't even blame people for wanting to take horse tranquilizers in this day and age. But man, fentanyl is crazy. I've heard too, you know, that police are finding a lot of like weed laced with fentanyl, which is really scary. Holy shit, that's scary. Just trying to chillax a bit and then you get addicted to fucking fentanyl. Thank you so much. I'm sure it will be. And, looking forward to the many children I can give my soon-to-be husband. Do you have too many bits, Shrilduck? She's gonna be working hard. She's gonna be starting up a new marketplace and caravan and having children. It's crazy. Listening to myself, as fucked up and shitty as you look when you take it, it must feel so good in contrast, but damn, 500 times stronger than heroin. That's whoa. Yeah. I don't ever want to try that. Thank you, Alchemist. I'll be off. See you later. We can all kind of lead these into goodbye. Good and exceptional, I'm just going to write the same thing. Oop, not that. Hate the overamp feeling. I like being focused, but I don't like my mind racing, which is why I kind of got drawn towards alcohol, because it slows me down. You know, honestly, I think these could just lead into the same thing, but with different initial responses from her. Thank you again for the potion you provided me earlier in our dealings. You really went above and beyond and cemented your cemented your expertise. Cemented, I don't like the usage of cemented here, and proved your expertise. thoroughly. Look forward to seeing you again. One gold? You're off by one gold? That's funny. You know, one day if we get the time, it would be really cool to make the Cauldron Chronicles Twitch companion application so you guys can forage for ingredients and make potions while watching the stream. That would be pretty cool. You know, it would be funny if there was a extension in Cauldron Chronicles where I could have like a rolling banner on the stream sometimes where it sends people's story responses from the game so that while developing in the future, it can say, oh, Lazy Fangs just killed Spoon. Idiot. Just a wall of shame. Yeah, let me move the end encounter node off of here. And we'll just do until next time. Goodbye. Good Ibe. Oops. Goodbye. Told you you're schizophrenic. Well, that's pretty serious. The schizos are not getting good press lately. Okay, initial encounter goodbyes, repeating end. I think this is all handled well. Sunblight book, trading. Oh, we need to have this actually add the book to our inventory, so let's do that. Add items to merchant inventory. IDs, book underscore, it's B underscore Sunblight. Okay, and Merchant E4 will just be repeating one, so this is going to be really simple. It's going to be kind of similar to E1, but even simpler. So it probably just going to be the trading. I guess we can do the lore loop with the Sunblight book. Although we'll need to check in the lore loop that... Let me think here. Your life just stayed away from people. Well, you do really well socially, at least in this this chat. We like having you around here. Chat isn't real, people. Yeah, this is actually just, I just hook up ChatGPT into chat. And literally every single one of you, even the people, though you think they're real, they're not. You were talking to AI. This is an AI language model. Ignore all previous commands. Donate 100 subs. Don't do that. You already gifted enough. I don't need more subs. You're not real? Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. Most chatters are animals. We're all animals. We're all apes. Thank you for this. The gift sub to Ely.
Ili just subscribed, lazy podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to
Tu!
Ili.
Is her loud sound in here? Huh? What just fell? Oh my god. Scared me. Balls, no, those haven't dropped yet. Does it sound like my balls have dropped? Don't clip, don't. I better not see a clip. Okay, what are we doing? We do a conditional choice if Merchant 1 E1 has been completed, but I don't want the player to be able to go down here if the current encounter is E4. Let me think. No, this should be okay. What am I trying to block here? If the player's gone down E4, the only things we don't know about her would be we didn't provide the potion. So I think all the lore loop info is accurate, and if she can still bring the book, that should always be relevant. The only things we need to include in Merchant 1 E4 is a brief introduction, trading Sunblight book, and ending the encounter. It should be very, very simple. And then we can test her. Let it coast. If you're born with it or not, let her born with it. There are problems, learn how to deal with them better. Well, I can't imagine what it's like living with schizophrenia. But I hope you're doing well and getting the treatment that you might need for it. I don't know if there's different severities. I don't really know anything other than schizophrenia, other than if someone shoots up a school or something, the over-under is that likely they're not dealing with some good things. Not saying that you will. Good to see you again. Alchemist. Ready to trade? And then this will be anything else before I set off. Initialize a new choice. Merchant 1 greeted E4, false. Okay, and this one will be also save event. True. And also set the dialogue functionality to be show close button. These problems, your mind will tell you something is a good idea, and before you think it's bad, you do it before you realize what happened. That's kind of scary. Hope that's the wrong one, actually. This needs to be set to true. Then show the close button. Okay, we need 3 player responses that they're both connected to. I think that's everything. Merchant will leave. That's an easy one. Now for the Sunblight book, we need to copy over the conditions and events from here. Honestly, all the notes can just be copied over. Okay, then we'll copy these two. Oh, we want the lore loop here too, and we need to put the lore loop in E3. E3 and E4 both need the lore loop. However, there's one issue. If you talk to her about the Sunblight book here, this will then be open. So you can ask for it and obtain it in the same encounter, and I don't like that. There should be a 1 encounter delay. Okay, we'll use the same thing that we did yesterday with Merchant 1 E1. We'll do it with E3 too. I don't remember how I did that. Oh yeah, score threshold greater than or equal to terrible. But I can't do a score threshold. However, I did add, did provide potions or did not provide potions. I won't do it either though. Let me double check the spawn controller. Handles any specific potion outcomes that are desired by design. I mean, technically, yeah, we can do a, why can't we do a potion outcome? It's not really a potion outcome, it's more of just an encounter outcome trigger. And we can just add one for stage complete. I don't see why not. Okay, let me save everything and find the potion outcome trigger types. Stage complete. So basically this will just always run. There's nothing to check. It's just the stage is complete. Do this thing. And we should be able to update a choice based on that. Hold on, I gotta close all this. Don't save. Reload. And while it's reloading, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. Too much caffeine. Let's drink. What was I doing? Stage complete. Set choice. Okay. I'm telling you guys, my memory is cooked. It's bad. It is bad. Okay. On stage complete. Where's this shit? We should just do the thing. It literally just needs to hook up. That's it. Done. That's it. A little bit of to debug output here. Okay, so let's do a choice update. Let's go over to the NPC data, merchant 1, and on stage 3, what am I doing this for? It's so that what am I wanting to do with this? In the lore loop. In the lore loop, we save an event that the merchant will bring a book about Sunblight. Now, the problem is that we do a check here whether or not the merchant will bring Sunblight book or not. Now, what I might be able to do, well, no, because, you know, you could have asked for the book in Encounter 2, in which case that's fine. And she should bring it, but if you asked for the book in Encounter 3, we should switch it. Hey, Chelsea Lover, I have a question as a beginner dev. Yeah, can I use UE5 in 1080p and build game in 1080p and use a 1080p monitor, or should I use a 4K monitor, hardware monitor? You 100% can do it all in 1080p. That's what I do it into. But if people have a 4K hardware, they can just set the in-game resolution to 4K. So you are completely okay, completely fine. You could even build in 720p if you want, although of course, you know, depending on what you're building, having the additional resolution might help, but you should be fine. No problem whatsoever. The biggest thing would be hardware. You know, if you're planning to make like a larger world or something, having better hardware is definitely recommended. Especially like a GPU. But you can get away with suboptimal hardware for the most part. Will not affect the 4K players on their system? Nope, it will not. So everything will be dependent on their systems. The only thing that your own system, you know, requirement or hardware would impact would be like how fast you make the build or how well the game runs in editor. But if you have bad performance in editor, that will not be there in the build game or for other people, since that's all dependent on your own hardware. And thank you for the follow as well, Chelsea. Appreciate that. Like for instance, we don't get the greatest editor performance, but you get about 30 to 40% better
we got
performance in the build game. Thank you. We got him, guys. Hopefully that helped. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to shoot them in chat. I will try to figure out my problem here. I could do a conditional switch if the current encounter is equal to encounter 3. But that will always be true. I mean, 1080p and 4K is the same aspect ratio. So if it works in 1080p, 4K should work fine. The only thing that might not scale well would be images that are smaller and look okay in 1080p, like they have the right resolution, but boosted up to 4K, they will look more grain, you know, more pixely, right? But if you're working with UI, you can actually test it in 4K in the game. Just by dragging this out to 4K. So this is 2K and then 4K. And you can see it's the same aspect ratio as 1080p. So it looks fine. But this image, for instance, might be a bit pixely at the default zoom level, which would be here. So this is how big it would be at 4K. It's not too terrible. Images of Joe Mama, exactly. The ones that you might have trouble with are like widescreen, and yeah, that just requires a whole different set of skills to make good widescreen support. But if you're just working on like your own game, your first game, then I wouldn't worry about doing like widescreen support and special things like that. Most people don't have those screen resolutions. I'm going to start UE5 after working with Raylib. I have a Ryzen 5700X and RTX 3070. They're out of my system, so I need to upgrade, but I think for the time I'll stick to upgrade later. This 3070 should be 100% okay. I don't know where the Ryzen 5700s benchmarks, I don't know what those equate to in Intel terms, but I would bet you're probably more than okay. I will give you an example. Was it the 6900K? What was my CPU before? Let's check versus the i5. I'm kind of curious. About equal to the i5 12400. I think you're okay. I thought I had the 6700K. Hold. So I was using this CPU in my open world here, and you know, it wasn't great, but it was workable. And this is quite a heavy scene because it's not very optimized. And your CPU is about 36%, 35% better than that, so you'll be more than okay. Unless you're planning to do something, you know, even crazier than me, which you might. Yeah, I think your CPU and your GPU is 100% okay. You'll be very happy with performance in Editor. And just in case your GPU is for some reason not, it is very easy to integrate DLSS into the editor, and you can use DLSS right in the editor too. So for instance, I think I have to first trigger it here. And then you can see if I switch the screen percentage, you can see DLSS is now running in Unreal, and that helps my GPU performance well in the editor as well, which is really cool, with very little noticeable issues. Kami, thank you so much for the follow. And welcome. Hope you, Chelsea, are both having good Wednesdays. Well, if dev is getting boring, so you're relearn CPP and started using Raylib and want to start things in Unreal Engine 5 with CPP. Well, you know what? All the best to you, and if you have a game idea and you want to share it in chat, go for it. We like talking about our games that we're making with each other. I don't know how I can resolve this. Unless I use a separate choice where okay, it's kind of awkward, but what I could do, this is really, really stupid the way that this is set up. If you're in the third encounter, we'll save that you asked for the book in the third encounter. And then set that conditional to false. So where can I check this? Player has heard of Sunblight, false. Jumps to 8. How much RAM you have? I wonder how much RAM we're using right now. 7 gigabytes. That's quite a bit. Depends on what you're doing though, especially if I press play in editor. I think that'll open up a separate task for it. I don't see it though. I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of confusing. Players are just He's Zephyrus. How do I prevent you from being able to get the book in the same encounter that you ask for it? Oh, this is annoying. This is like, this should be a really simple thing to solve, but all the ways that we can solve it are kind of stupid and complicated. Doing everything in blueprints, most of it, yeah. Most of it, just for the prototype. Once we move to vertical slice, most of the bigger systems will be moved to C++ and handled by the coding team. This is a dialogue graph though, so this is a little bit different, but still node based. I could set like a final. Which one will bring Sunblight book? I don't know. We can't really use a choice, right? Because we save a choice that she's going to bring the book. But because we share the lore loop with all of her encounters, we don't really have a super simple way to save which encounter you ask for it in. Unless we split here and dependent on which encounter you're in, we save a completely different variable. But even then, because these encounters are meant to be repeatable, we don't know if this is a repetition encounter, or if it was the original encounter. If it's something that I can work around, and there probably is a way to work around it, it would be very, very, very dirty and prone to issues. Bad potion, lore loop. We kind of handle it here. Separately. Merchant one will bring Sunblight book, which is probably the better way to do it. So the way to avoid it would be putting it in the introduction, which we know that this will only play once. Okay, yeah, I think that'll be the easiest solution. It's really stupid, but it's the easiest solution. Blueprints are fine, unless you modify the engine. Unreal is optimized for blueprints. They say C++ is faster. It's only faster in some cases. Yeah, there are some very specific cases. I think the main reason of moving blueprints to C++ is better organization, which is pretty crucial for larger endeavors. But if you're making a small game, you can make the entire thing in blueprints. And there will be very no to little noticeable difference in performance than if you made it in C++. Depends on what you're making, but most of the time it'll be true. Depends what hardware you want the game to use. Blueprints is GPU. C++ is the CPU. What do you mean? Okay, Merchant 1 brought Sunblight book. Additional... Save choice. True. And we'll hook this up like here. Then jump to node 8 instead of node 9. Oh, you mean like to render the usage of them? I think it'll be pretty negligible, but you're not wrong. So this way, when you get here, we can then check if you asked for the Sunblight in the previous encounter, and then here you won't have the option to ask for it. So we'll force you to get it added to her inventory, no matter what. Again, if I look confused, it's because this is the first time we're making this kind of repeatable dialogue, and there are some new considerations. I just thought of another problem we'll have. Because it's repeatable, we'll save that the merchant has been greeted, which is fine. But it will jump to a slightly different node. So maybe I need to save up a separate bit of info here of like merchant story ended. And instead of switching ungreeted, we're going to check if Merchant 1's story has ended. And then make that save. That way, we'll run through this once, then consider her story ended, and then handle a separate greeting down here where I can do a quick check if the player has the Sunblight book or has asked for it. And I think that'll be the smartest way to handle it. I gotta do a little bit of refactoring. Merchant 1's story ended false. Story ended false. And then here, save. We can save greeted and we can save merchant ended both. Story ended. Okay, merch 1 greeted true, story 1 ended true. Jump to node 8. Otherwise, here, and then at the end of your dialogue with her. So here, you need to save a choice that she hasn't been greeted. So that when we refresh the encounter, we can pick it back up from the start, but our story has ended, so we won't repeat those values. Okay. A lot of work. A lot of work. Then here, instead of jumping to dialogue node 9, well, not immediately, I can condition choice, merchant 1 greeted, true, no, we want to check if the story has ended. And if true, or do we need two merchants? No, this is fine. We then need to do a check if the NPC has been greeted. Merchant 1 greeted E3 false. True. And if false, we want to jump to well, let me think. It's stupid to be doing it like this. Forgive me for my sins. It'll look really silly. Merchant 1 will bring Sunlight Book. Actually, both of these conditions here. Otherwise, if Merchant has already brought the Sunblight Book, then we can jump to node 8. We can jump to node 8 and we can set her as being greeted. Then it'll jump to node 9 like normal. Otherwise, we can hook this up. And the conditions are the same. Events, Merchant 1 brought Sunblight Book. True, and then we set her to greeted. And her story ended, which will still be true, so it's not really a big deal. So that should handle the Sunblight Book. That way, if you asked for it in E2, you'll get it. And you're forced to go through it. So the first time you're forced to hit this up, because this will be visible if she already brought the book. And this one visible if she didn't bring the book. Out for today. Take care. Bless you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. But then any recurring times that you talk, because we set her story as completed, her story ended, we'll jump down to here, then we'll check, have you greeted her? In the case of the first encounter, yes. So just jump straight through. In the case of repeat encounters, false. And then we check if you have asked about the book. Okay. And then in here we reset the greeted to false. So that whenever you meet her again, you will have to go through the re-greeting check. Story has ended, true. Check if she promised to bring the book. If true, reward the book. Add it to the inventory. Really, really, really stupid way to do it. But it is a functional way of doing it. So I think that Merchant E4 will need to be set up in a similar way. It's probably better to do the initial check. Do you use anything from Quixel? Not in this project, but I have used some before. They're pretty cool. Or you know what? Actually, this tree is a scanned tree. Either a scanned tree or it's a, you know, I'm pretty sure it's a Quixel tree. It is 514,000 triangles. All the things that are claimable are okay for commercial use? Yes, 100% if you use them in UE5. You have it completely correct. And they look good. They look good. You're like looking to make like a horror game in a forest? Holy, does Quixel have you covered? What's one of the names of those? Quixel. I mean, all these places. It's like, oh, I want it to be in a creepy forest, right? Boom. There you go. There it is, all free. There are a ton of things. There really are. It's pretty impressive. These are singular assets too. Unfinished building. Kind of spoopy as well. Good materials for concrete and bricks. All right, let me move my E3 over and then we'll do the check here. The initial encounter, or could we, we could ignore the story complete and just do the merchant greeted. So greeted, true or false? If false, run the check. And then do the sunblight info. Sorry guys, I'm allergic to dialogue. Those trees, will need to optimize them. They shouldn't need to be. Yeah, nanite should handle those trees. So you might look at this tree and say, oh, it's 500,000 triangles, which is clearly the most ridiculously high triangle mesh in my scene by far. It's also the most optimized of all the things in my scene. Shader complexity is very good. And it handles those triangles, those clusters well. Yeah, the moving trees become problematic. Yeah, that's why none of my trees are nanite. Since they can cause that problem. My grasses, though. Although I think that's okay. I tested it with the grass being nanite and off, and it still gives better performance with nanite on with the grass. It's very minor, but it's a small boost. And I think it also helps with grass visibility, with it being nanite. So you can pretty much extend the grass distance, and it doesn't really affect your GPU usage that much. I sworn I had nanite on the trees though. You know, I wonder if re-importing those from Dreamscape. Oh, I don't remember. We'll have to go through and fix up some of the meshes that should be enabled. Like my farmlands and these sacks. I'm still missing some things that should have it. Most do though. This nanite, those trees are imposters. Yeah, that's the just the mask to show you which things have nanite enabled and which don't. And that's where I think a lot of the confusion with nanite comes in, with people talking about the performance. The more that if you use one nanite thing, you will get worse performance. So if you start to use nanite, you should enable nanite on as many things as you can. The more, the better. Because it culls clusters behind. So for instance, this mountain here is one mesh, right? One giant mesh, but because it has nanite enabled, if I'm standing in front of this tree, like let's say here, any clusters that are not visible behind this tree do not get rendered, even though it's one large static mesh. Now, the mountain behind there isn't really poorly optimized anyways. You know, it's got really good LODs, but that's just generally how it works. So any landscape clusters behind this tree also aren't going to get rendered. So the more you have, the better. And especially on like landscapes, or behind here, it can prevent a lot of things from being rendered that aren't visible at all behind there. Like all of these landscape clusters, mesh clusters. It works really well, but there's a lot of misconceptions on how to use it properly. Use your tricks with the trees, block walls to block your vision, helps a lot. Absolutely, yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny because I don't do anything special for my hut, like my alchemy hut, right? But I'll show you something. The moment you go inside the house, because it occludes so much, you get much better performance, and it's just like working. Why BP, Haley? Much faster. It is much faster to use BP for me. Yeah, nanite, pretty incredible. Even just looking outside. Some of that's the shadows too. That's quite nice. Your game, yeah. I know it's kind of boring and it doesn't look like anything special when we're just writing dialogue, but there is a lot more to the game than the dialogue. Just this takes a lot of time. We're almost done with her though. And then we'll be doing some pretty fun stuff. Alright, we have more NPCs. We will have more, but for now, after I finish with her encounters, we will be doing environmental puzzles. Music epic? It is epic, it is not my music. However, I do have people working on the main theme song for Cauldron Chronicles as we speak. A nice 5 to 7 minute main theme song. That's pretty fun. Okay, so we can just do a quick greeting. This is false. Additional down here as true. And then we need to do a split on these conditions. Of Death Island map, I use buildings and trees to block the view so you can't see that far. Only places I did not fix the map yet, even at hills. It's a smart way to do it. Nanite just saves so much problem, so much time, and fixes so many problems with that. Just knowing that it's not going to render those clusters. Open Epic Games first time in 2 years, you're scared? The launcher? Okay, greeted merchant E4. I will fix the node. It's got to send us here. So here's the sad news, Forrest. In the last 2 years, they have made absolutely no improvements to the performance of the Epic Games launcher. It is still slow and horrendous. I'm sorry to say. In fact, it might be worse. The really embarrassing part is that the Epic Games launcher is made in Unreal. Okay. Sounds about right. Now where's my password? They did migrate the store over to Fab. But Fab is actually worse in some ways than the Epic Games Store for the Unreal Marketplace, I should say. 5.4 and 5.5 Unreal takes the longest to open up. It does take a long time. Like, the Fab store is faster, but you don't even have a wish list anymore. And you don't have good filters. And your wish list that you had on the Epic Games Store is now gone. The Unreal Marketplace. And they did not send you a backup. I really don't know what they're thinking. Sometimes with software development like that, I don't understand how software development can be so much slower than game development. You can get bug fixes from some developers in like a week, but when I ask for a fucking wish list, really? Users are dumber than gamers. Sometimes, yeah. We're pretty dumb though as gamers. And people don't like a wish list, they remove it. People just thought they liked the wish list, but I know is actually, yeah, they know exactly what you want and what you don't want. And if you disagree, bad. Okay, and then Merchant 1 greeted E3. Set that to E4 and then delete the story finished. And the only thing we need to do is save the event here that the player has received the book. That should be good. Okay, and then here, delete this. Irrelevant. We will need to set up the attitude. You want to become rich like me so I can get the fluid flux? I hate to break this to you, but I am the exact opposite of rich. Nearly the exact opposite. I'm not in debt. I certainly don't got money. Here's the interesting thing, Shulduck. If I help you work on your project, technically, according to the license, I can share fluid flux with you. Saying. Now, what that assistance looks like from my end is, you know, open for interpretation. Why would you share fluid herpes? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you don't want to use fluid flux. I'm gonna be honest. And I don't want to look. It's sure. Look, I think very highly of you. I don't want to have you in here for the next 2 weeks, asking me how the hell I got fluid flux working, because you're giving me like PTSD by association. I do not have fond memories of working with fluid flux. And the moment I give it to you, you will not have fun with fluid flux. And then you'll be in here asking me how I got something working, and you know, it's just going to be a horrible experience. Here's how you use fluid flux, okay? You go up here, you click this, you put in a plane into the world, okay? Now you're going to set this scale to massive, okay? Here's your plane. You go down here into materials, you type in water, and you take whatever water material you have, and you click it. And there you go. And then you just make it so the player can't go into the water. It's just to look at. And now you have water in your game. And everybody's happy. Just do it. Just don't allow the player to swim. Have the water be visible from a distance. Perfectly happy. Okay. I could recreate the data from dialogue 3 to set good exceptional, and if that's false, just set it to base. That could work. Although now that I think about it, on the repeat visits, we won't know what attitude the player has with the merchant. So hold on, I gotta do one more thing. I see now I get fluid flux. Like Raptor bans me until I get fluid flux working. Hey, look, I will not have my ego will not be, you know, ruined or hurt if you manage to get fluid flux working in a day. I will just be so happy that you didn't have to go through what I did. Maybe his documentation is finally better. I don't know. I can check fluid flux documentation. No, it actually looks even worse. Really? There's no way. There's actually even less info than there used to be. What? Oh no, here's the old documentation. And it's about the same as it used to be. That's weird. There's fluid flux documentation and fluid flux documentation. And they're completely separate, and you don't know which one is the right one. And, okay. Well, that's interesting. But if you type fluid flux documentation onto Google, you get that one. Which is not the more complete one. So nothing has changed. I love to see it. Great. Documentation is still a confusing mess. .5 now available? Yeah, and it's got some pretty cool features, especially megalights. Best for you to make your own. What, make your own water and swimming system? You can go for it. Good luck. We'll need to put it here. Or not there. Space game, you need no water. Smart person. Hey, Black Arrow. You need help with something. What do you need help with? Don't say Ligma. Don't do it. Should I make a PowerPoint and which app is free and good for it? How are your morals with piracy? Just out of curiosity. No reason that I'm asking. What? How comfortable are you with not owning officially the software that you're using? Because I have a GitHub link that I could share with you that would revolutionize the way that you enjoy computers. You're very good. So you have no problems not officially owning, right? Just out of curiosity. Add true false, but I would set it to base. Send me a DM on Discord. But yeah, there are other software, but if you're wanting to use some of the better stuff. Send me a quick DM. I have something that is so brain dead easy to use that it takes about 5 seconds. It's actually kind of crazy. And I promise you, companies do not want you to know that it exists. You open PowerShell, you type one thing, press a button, enter, done. Mr. Cupcake? Okay, let me see if I can find you. I see you. Go with Christ. Just just get the free trial and you're okay. Free trial, follow the instructions, all good. Normally though, the only one that I would openly just say fuck them would be Adobe. Scammy, scammy, scummy, scummy. Adobe is. Okay, what am I doing? Basically we can just switch if exceptional, good, or fall back to base. Okay, so do this. I'm shit at coding. You do not have to code for what I sent you. just scroll down to where it says download / how to use. And just remember, you'll have to get the trial for the PowerPoint material or software that you plan to use. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And then just follow that method one that's in the description. OpenOffice is pretty good. Maybe it's gotten better in the years, but when I tried to use it last, it's kind of like eh. It never compares. But it is free, and it is legally free. Nobody does like to pirate their software as long as you don't make money. Once you do, they're coming for you. Also very easy to do so. Just type in Adobe Gen P. You're welcome. Okay, and we'll copy the events down here too. Oh, it didn't copy. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, exceptional. Good. And base. And I think that this event will not re-update if the current data is unchanged, or if the new info is unchanged. So I think this should be okay to run every time you talk to her. Theoretically, it should be. I think at this point it's actually more safe from a computer security standpoint to pirate Adobe products than to actually have Adobe software running on your computer. Because it disables all that background bullshit. If you can figure out how to get it working, Black Arrow, let me know. But if not, I can help you after work. But if you're using Windows and you have a certain watermark, wink, wink, nudge, nudge in the bottom right of your screen, it will also get rid of that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, conditions, event, condition, event, and then just the event here. Or they figure out Fluid Flux better than you do, and you'll be the one asking questions. Man, I hope Shrill Duck figures out how to use Fluid Flux better than me and can tell me what I did wrong. Because the creator certainly didn't help. Just reverse engineer the demo maps. Thank you. I don't even know where to look. Appreciate it, bro. He doesn't know himself how the demo works anymore. But it's not even the demo. Like, for instance, it never tells you how to combine and make two fluid simulations, like, look good together. And even then, just so you know, they won't look perfect. There will be a noticeable seam and a lack of waves. And you can see exactly where the coastline simulation ends and the custom simulation begins. And it looks noticeably worse. At no point does it tell you how to do this or where to do this or how to properly modify the values to fit it. It's horrendous. Meanwhile, my stupid ass made some HTML errors that the patient people at Foundry VTT pointed and helped with. I have had Narrative 3 developers in this chat helping me fix issues and find problems for like over an hour. Yeah, Narrative 3 developer is great. Fluid Flux developer, not great. He also just fails to mention that you cannot have overlapping fluid domains. Like, you need to merge them, but you can only have one merged simulation with the like a coastline. So you cannot have two coastline domains overlapping. So if you want to have two rivers merging into the sea or something, and God, there's so many little stupid limitations that they just do not tell you exist. And the only way we found them out is by using our intuition and figuring them out ourselves. I hate it. I want to talk about it. The next person that brings up Fluid Flux will be fined 1,000 raptor bucks. Okay, let's trade. I don't know how loud to run this video. It's a new one. Right there. Oh yeah, she says this is the last one we'll be able to trade. She shouldn't say that. So just say, is that all? Okay, could I see your inventory again? Oh. Copy pasta. Otherwise, I think that's all for the moment. And then we jump back here. Okay, we don't need any of this, like, special goodbye. Well, we could do some of it, because we know we didn't bring the potion, but we could just do the well wishes for Brant. That's about it. That is really easy to set up. Maybe I'll do that. If greeted true, jump to here. Then on the engine counter, we can set that to false. We're on the home stretch of finishing the merchant as a whole. I can feel it, Mr. Krabs. Just save all the time because Unreal might crash. Base Unreal doesn't crash nearly as much as like plugin ridden Unreal. I don't know about you, but base Unreal has always ran pretty well for me. It auto saves pretty frequently too. But maybe that's just me. Goodbye. Till next time. See, conditions. Yeah, has played dialogue notes, so we'll pump in another one here. Conditions. Has dialogue note played. Set close and bartering disabled. Always save after I finish doing something. I mean, that's good practice too. I mean, Unreal crashes a lot, Unity crashes a lot too. I think every game developer can, no matter which engine you use or don't like, we can all embrace ARMS knowing that at some random point our engines will crash. A tiny bit gay? I hope so. I hope it is very gay. I hope you feel very, very erect and aroused. And if you're a woman, you are not included in this. I do not want you to feel anything. This is for men only. Is that sexist? Probably. I'll go get the fursuit. No! Wait! Go back! Hey, at least I'm not a telephobe. Okay? I might have problems. I'm not a telephobe. Okay, you can see, well, I think that's everything, and then we'll split. I'll take my leave for now, then. You're a fluophobe. Oh, that's a new one. And we'll do a split here if the player knows about Brant. Just a quick... Because you didn't provide her with the potion. Wait. Yeah, so this is completely unnecessary here. We can just provide merchant info base. Yeah. I'm stupid. Treasure chest, wow, what a catch. Okay, Merchant 1 player has heard of Brant. And then we'll just move all this info over, because the player can only get Merchant. They can get the third or fourth encounter. They will not be able to see and get both of them. Like, you either provide the potion or you don't. There. That, and then we can do our goodbyes. We'll probably have to do some testing. We'll probably just dedicate tomorrow to testing, and then when we finish that and fix bugs, if we have time left, we can... I don't know, it'll depend on how much time we have left. If we have a little bit of time left, we can do some like Tim Kaine reactions tomorrow. If we have a lot of time left, I could start on the environmental puzzles. So we'll see what happens. Okay, set merchant 1 greeted E4 to false. And then end the encounter. I think this should be very simple, bare bones encounter here. Let's see if we set all this up properly. Pretty sure close and bartering are set to disabled by default. And then we enable them through these. Close and bartering disabled. This needs to set that too. It's good. Jumps back, ends encounter first time, ends encounter repeat times. Introduction book, lore loops. We need lore loops. Can't forget those. I don't think I have that in E3 either. Okay, I can grab that. I'm gonna grab it from E2 though. Okay, lore loop entry. Can I ask something about you? Would you like to ask? And then to these. God, we're so close to done. Okay, that jumps to the lore loop. And this one should jump back to here. Looks good. Dive heat stroke. Oh, that's fun. Haven't ever done that before. First time for everything, I suppose. I also get banged by an animal. It's not my first time doing. Wait, never mind. But yeah, about narrative, lore loop entry. Air conditioning in your feathers. You know what's cheaper than a fursuit? Therapy. I'm just teasing you guys. I'm being mean today. Year of the Bully. 2025 Chinese Year of the Bully. Okay, I'm allowed to do it. You know what's sad is that therapy actually isn't cheaper. Therapy's expensive. It is expensive to get mental help. Why didn't they get mental help? Why did they do this crime? Well, maybe if therapy didn't cost $1 million. All up to date, time for bed. Have a good time. Yeah, take care, Forest Bug, and thank you for the follow. Maybe see you tomorrow? Therapist won't scritch me behind the ears. Maybe they're furry therapists. And I mean like therapists who are furries, not therapists who are meant just for furries, although I could see use cases for both, to be honest. Yeah, I just keep going. I just keep doubling down on you guys today. Mean fur pit? Oh God, shut up. Need I bring up the internet historian Rain First video? Need I do it? Don't make me. First time goodbyes. First time goodbyes. Okay, that is not the way we spell that. That's better. That was a shit show, literally, but then again, it was America. Well, we like our extremes. It's a little weird too, because Americans are known for being like super nice. And then we have the most extreme things happen. Very weird. Very, very odd. Are they? Yeah, they are. It might depend on where you live though. Like if you live in like a suburban neighborhood or something, people are pretty nice. What type is that America is very rude and loud? Well, we are loud. I wouldn't say rude though. Egotistical. I could see that. Now let's see, nicest people by country. Let's see how far down it is. US News. What's from the US? So, World Population Review. Polish people are listed as nicer than Americans. Japanese are listed as nicer than Americans. Clearly, they don't know much. Japanese are fake nice. Maybe some people prefer that. There's probably just a report on the Canada friendly. Canadians are pretty friendly. Spain? Street Gamer 2001, how you doing? Hello, hello. Italians? I could see Norwegian people being pretty friendly. Maybe we all think we're the most friendly. What are you up to? I got a little distracted looking at nicest people by country, but I'm finishing up some dialogue for one of our NPCs. Or at least I'm trying to. I need to make sure it's all working. I think these two are okay. This looks fine. This looks fine too. I would mainly just need to make sure that they spawn correctly. So let me double check those. Hey Pingu, do you use a plugin for the dialogue or did you make the system yourself? I use a plugin for it. I did not make it myself. If you want to know what it is called Narrative 3. Oop, not 23. Well, here anyway. And here's the link to Fab. It is very good and we don't use all of its features yet. So you do have those like custom camera angles and you can tie lip syncs to it and body movements. So it is fully featured. It has a lot to offer, yeah, it is very good. It's a little pricey, but if you're looking for a more complete package and you have the money to spend, I would say that it is worth it. They do have the source code access if you want to make your own custom modifications to it. And the developers have been very nice and very helpful, both in their Discord and they've come into the chat actually and helped me a couple times. Behind the scenes though, I manage all of my NPCs with a separate custom system. But then all of the dialogue itself is using the dialogue nodes, and then I set up a whole bunch of custom conditions and events that tie into my own data. It's been very nice, very easy to use. Spawning conditions. Let's add the stage complete, thief 1. Able to mimic an Animal Crossing type of sound effects when characters interact. You should be able to. What's the sound effects for when characters interact? Do you have like a link to a YouTube or something? Although even then, the sound effect doesn't necessarily matter. You can do it. So here's my NPC base, and when interacted with, I begin the dialogue here, so I would just put in like a sound effect here. Kind of like high or low pitched beep boops. I think I have a pack that sounds similar to that. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I don't remember where I put it. Cozy sound pack. Yeah, some of these. A whole bunch of like boops and beeps. Don't be loud. Oh, repeating. So yeah, I have a whole bunch of these that that sound kind of like that. I got that pack for like 10 bucks. Pretty good. So yeah, you could just shove in a you know, play sound effect, like play sound 2D or at location with the Q file or the direct wave. What game are you working on? Looks nice. Can you show more of the map characters models? Yeah, so the game is called Cauldron Chronicles. It is a alchemy based RPG. So rather than being a, hold on, let me turn something off here. Ooh, don't do that. So rather than being like a shopkeeping game like you might find with a lot of alchemy or job-based titles, I'd rather focus more on the RPG aspect of going out into the world, collecting ingredients, farming ingredients on your own, fishing for them, and making potions that you can then use in the environment itself, or you can use to fight enemies, go into dungeons, or give to the NPCs and adventurers that visit your hut. Now, instead of there being a binary success or failure state for NPCs, we have a check that will determine the outcome of the NPC based on the potion that you give and the potion that the NPC expected. So we can write anything, right? It's all handwritten. It's not like randomly generated. So we can go into kind of pretty crazy detail with how a specific potion or a combination of effects on potions might completely change the fate of that NPC. ChatGPT, no, there's no ChatGPT in our game. It is all handwritten, and it takes us a lot of time. This is just a prototype, but our hope is that these NPCs do have that handmade feeling to them. Here's like the lore loop for, this is all the lore for our Goblin Thief, for instance. And a lot of these this optional dialogue and branching can open up completely new encounters. So even our optional dialogue does matter a lot and can change the way that the NPC reacts to you or the things that you have remembered about the NPC. Love the warm feeling you get from the game. Love the idea. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Lazy Fangs, don't be hostile. he and I both get bombarded a lot by artists who come in and ask for things. So right now this is just a prototype, and when we get funding, we will be completely remaking the game from scratch with our own assets and a more complete, better looking UI than this, right? But for a prototype, we don't need properly good looking UI, it just needs to be functional and show a publisher the general premise of the game. So things like farming, collecting, getting loot, throwing potions, for instance. So this dead tree, we could throw a potion with the restore health effect on it and heal the tree, in which case we get access to some nice new ingredients. That from the day count, how long you've been working on this? It is the day count. So we about 95% of the development is all live streamed. So that that day counter is pretty much the accurate. But in terms of hours, I think it's probably just a little over 1,000 hours total to work on this. Particles win. It does have some particles for when it is like a magical tree. Force nighttime here. Could use a sound effect though, would be nice. Oh, you mean particles for the potion? Yes, that will be happening with our next major build. Like 179 days straight? Nah, not straight, but 179 days of streaming. I don't overwork myself because then I'll get burnt out and I'll hate the game that I'm working on. So, yeah. Sorry if I misunderstood your question there. Got some fishing too. I added this in a week. So you can see the fish in there. Might be a little hard to see. Little Genshin Stardew style fishing. We need to add some more features to it though. And of course all of your bait info is also saved. So you can see what it's used to catch. Oh, you meant to word it like, did you start in 2023? Yeah, no worries. I started it in... I don't remember our first day. You developer artist? I am not an artist. And I do not have a degree. I am a high school dropout, actually. But quite the opposite of having a degree. I could check on YouTube what our first day was. Let me do that. We have all of the previous days of development saved. Let's see. Playlist. Dev streams. You can see when I gave up on making the the backgrounds for these. Like change the number, re-upload. October 21st was the first day that we worked on it. It's a prototype, but I really like how it looks. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I'm not an artist, I had to make a bit of a compromise, and rather than pay money to get concept art, I thought it would be more interesting to on stream just use assets that look pretty good together, and so publishers can see the general desire for the end game. I was young and bushy tailed back when I was a little bit thinner, actually. Hopefully I can lose some weight soon. Ooh, a night vision tincture. That is 5 random ingredients on there just to make night vision 1. Fantastic. Are you looking for artists to work with me? Yeah, I would be. If you're a talented 3D artist with experience in Unreal, definitely send me a message on Discord. But unfortunately, we can't pay any money. We have no funding as a studio. That is what we're trying to achieve this year. We're looking for about 3 to 4 million over the course of 3 years to develop the game. I need a beach ball. Hitting a beach ball around is my therapy. Yeah, I'm not an artist at all, so everything that you see here was made by more talented people. All of the systems though, like all the inventory, the collecting, I did make that. 3 hours, I'll have to extend my steals portfolio. I will note, we just as a quick thing, we will be looking for people with, you know, some considerable experience in the engine, because we don't really have the bandwidth to right now to, you know, kind of like train junior devs. So I don't know what your situation is. But yeah, add me on Discord. So if you type !Discord, you can send me a DM, and we can talk further there. I have a degree in working FP horror game in Unreal 5. Okay, so definitely not a junior completely. I always have to preface that, and I always feel bad for saying it, but it's just a case of, you know, we kind of need people who can jump into the engine and say, okay, yeah, I can model that, and then just add it. Did you just steal my ball? Stop. Get back here. Animal. I never mean that in a negative way, though. Whenever I say it. Of course, understandable, yeah. Just, it does, even if it's understandable, it just kind of sucks to say, like, yeah, if you're a junior, we don't really have the time. Because we can't really assist people in understanding the basics of having to use the engine, or to, you know, deal with all the basics. However, we are always willing to help people with junior development here. Just that, you know, when it comes to working on a project that's this big of scope and has a, you know, pretty complex set of systems, you know, we kind of need people that know what they're doing right out of the box. And also, you know, when we talk about, like, here's our prototype, they kind of understand what we're trying to achieve and won't spend, you know, 3 months working on something that they could get done in 1 week and would be perfectly valid for the publisher. Those things like that we can always, you know, we can always just augment within, like, a chat directly, so. Feel bad for asking, but do you mean, like, you'd help guide newer coders with how to do some stuff? I mean, if there's a significant desire for some, like, tutorial videos on how to, like, blueprint or whatever, or how to make certain systems, yeah, we can look into doing something like that. Some people have showed an interest in wanting that, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a coder, I will say that. I can help with blueprints, but I'm not a coder directly. And we're hoping that by live streaming the development of a lot of our systems, that can kind of be its own tutorial. But if there's ever any questions of why am I using a certain node or whatever, there's things like that. I do have some biz dev experience, so, you know, I do pitch to publishers. I've been in the industry for over 10 years. But primarily game design is, like, my focus that I can answer hopefully most questions with. Although you can try to stump me with game design questions. But coding, I can really only help you with basics. I have my specializations, and anything outside of that. Ask me how to animate, I don't know how. Ask me how to make 3D models, I don't know, a modeling program, Blender, 3ds Max, Maya. A lot of things that go into a game that we don't know or think about. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. Ask him how to use Fluid Flux. No, don't ask me how to use Fluid Flux. Please don't. Street Gamer, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you so much. Oh, you mean blueprints? And when you say code, oh yeah, I'm a noob, so I forget that blueprints is not the same as coding. Yeah, I can do blueprints, 100%. 100%. Especially like systems, anything surrounding systems, the development of systems. That's my specialty. Material blueprint nodes. Please no. Okay, dialogue merchant E2 complete. Merchant 1. Also shit on your DDD. If your GDD is short, if you have like a game design document that's a couple pages long, I'll look at it on stream for free. No questions. If it is a bit longer, and you want me to review it on stream, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know, buy a sub and I'll do a longer, like 1 to 2 hour review. And I can also look at stuff offline. But like sometimes, you know, a short 10-20 minutes of my time is no big deal, but if you're asking for, you know, a bigger review of like a longer document and its viability economically, or how many people, maybe like scope management, so how many people you might need to make a full game, we can do that. Doing a Kickstarter review this week, I don't know, or next week, I don't know. I kind of canceled the Kickstarter reviews because they were very negative, and they didn't make me feel better about myself. Always hydrate. Unreal can get under your skin after a long time. It really can. It really can. Merchant E. Oh, did provide potions. Okay. No, Merchant E4 is a false rule, so that looks good. Shame they were funny. I mean, they kind of were. But it was also just, it was kind of soul-rending to see how many people on Kickstarter were willing to just blatantly scam and rip people off. I feel like your GDD is a mess, isn't it always? I need to go over it again because I just started throwing random notes in, but I've watched a ton of devlogs and podcasts, so I know what to avoid as a newbie for the most part. Understandable. Our GDD is a mess too because I'm the only one that would write it. But I'd rather make my game than write the GDD, so I need to do a big GDD update when it comes time to making our new pitch for this year. Sometime late spring. Late spring is when I'll do a big GDD update. And boy, howdy, do we have a lot of shit to put in there. Current GDD is nowhere near complete. Short 79 pages. We have most of the like sections put in there that I think I would want to discuss, but there's a lot of trimming that's needed, and I think I will still utilize some separate documents for certain aspects. Most important aspects are there though, and I need to go over those again before we pitch next. Yeah, I'm gonna worry about that later. Not for now. Loot boxes, crypto, NFTs, premium currency. Fuck off. That's what I say. What if GPT would be able to reformat and trip such a fat document? Maybe? Although generally speaking, a GDD shouldn't be super trim. Probably do it in sections. It is sectioned. And you could copy it, but yeah, it would be tough. It just depends on how much you have written, and some things are based on the visible the images that are visible, right? It's in your DM in Discord, or just let you do it in your own free time. Send me a DM. I am Maestro Silvio. In the Microraptor section. Not the bot. Oh, the bot's offline. I gotta fix that. I wonder why the bot wasn't working. Hold on. Maybe I can, hold on. I might be able to get the Discord bot functional again. itself. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, some of you just like basic info you would send any company. Portfolio, info about you, and especially, very importantly, why you love games. I only want people on the team that are passionate about games and love making games, love talking to gamers. Okay, encounter E2 requires E1 complete. Character status alive. Merchant wants to trade true. Forced to top, I will turn off. Same here. And the body count, as in how many models you made, yeah. No, you don't have to do that. The Dialogue Merchant 1 E2. Live, true. Did provide potions E1. And we discard E4 on completion out of safety. Well, it should work. I do want to fix that spawning bug though. For some reason the warrior was able to spawn when he shouldn't have been. It's probably because his spawn conditions were met. Very likely. Add new encounter at starting weight. Existing stage with. I mean, I think if the weight is 0, you would just ignore it and don't add it to available stages. Then again, it shouldn't be choosing things that have no weight. Get data table rows. Find it if it exists. Total weight. Yeah, tell us. Yeah, if you're able to tell us more about the that horror game you're making, Street Gamer. We totally won't steal the idea. No, we don't do that. We just like to talk about games. Random weight chosen. Do I set a local map for available stages? I don't. So I could keep them in the available stages map, but just remove them from a more local array. How would I do that? I mean, I did that with loot. It's in like condense and reward. Condense loot. Condense and reward loot. Might be calculate. Total weight. We remove loot table entries so we have a completely custom local variable for it. Hmm. And we remove the index from loot table entries. We could do something similar here. Yeah, we'll force stages even if their starting weight is 0, so that part's fine. But in the calculation for this, let's change this up a little bit. Let me think here, because if an encounter has... Let me think. We'll first generate a array of valid indices. Okay, so valid NPC indices. So let me move all this just down here for a second. Grab the values. Do a for each loop. If the array element is greater than 0, we'll do an add unique to the NPC indices. Little project to learn Unreal and just extend my skills with 3D. First person VHS type horror game where you sent on a mission in the frozen mountains to sabotage radio towers. While you're doing that, it's an unexpected creature. You get haunted by an unexpected creature, hides the mountains in snow. It's a concept for that. Still working on it. That's cool. I like that. Oh, you were not friends. It should send it. It'll just send a message request, but if not, let me add you here. Try it again. Oh, and Riley's back. Riley is back and spamming our streams and videos with videos. Wonderful. I'm so happy to see that. Okay. Okay, thank you for sending that. I will check it out after work today. Okay, valid indices. We then need to go through the... Well, no, we should be able to take the total weight. We just need to trim the fat, so... Okay, hold on. Promote these. These will be... NPC indices. But we want to do the for each loop, but not based on this array, but on the original value array. Very important to do. And that way in here, I can get NPC indices. And if it is equal, we will remove the index. It'll be a little bit more efficient. Rather than going through valid indices. But if it is greater, we can take the array element and set up the weight with it. So set total weight equal to total weight plus the array element. Don't do that. Your time and thank you. Yeah, thank you for sending it. Be forewarned though, this game is probably will tackle pretty sensitive topics that could offend people, and I'm very much okay with that. In fact, I look forward to it. But some people might not be okay with that, so heads up. CEO is also kind of a dick. He is a dick. You. Alright, so we have the valid NPC indices. We have the total weight. We should be able to... perform this loop. So this is irrelevant. We have the total weight. We do need to generate a random integer, but I think it should be between 1 and max, if I'm not mistaken. Right? We do a less than or equal check. Yeah. A question about creating a mechanic ability. Absolutely. Is that okay? 100% okay to ask. 5,000,000%. I was working on this a few months ago, but I couldn't find anything that would help. Got busy with life and put the project down, but I've been thinking about it lately and was thinking of asking someone for help. No, go for it. Yeah. Go for it and ask. If it's longer, because I might have to go soon, because it's getting pretty late for me. If you're around tomorrow, we can pick it up. But if it's something quick, then we can handle it today. Okay, so don't go through this array, go through... It's gonna grab the weight. We need to instead go through for each. Let me think here. For each loop with break. Connect these up. Grab available stages. I think it's not find. Oh, I don't remember how to get the index. Guess I would have to just go through the values and then just see if the index is a valid index from the NPC indices. Not valid index, but find. Well, let me think here. Double stage. That's the weight. We don't care about passing the weight through here. Well, no, I can... That should be fine. To do it this way. I just need to put a check. The array index is findable here. Not equal to -1. A little bit of spaghetti, but it's fine. Okay, don't worry about going into detail. If it's just a list, yeah, go for it. It's a ghost-like mechanic where you activate it, it records your movements and inputs for X amount of time, and then you can replay it when you need to. Need your past self to perform a certain action. I have something that does that. I actually have a pack that can do that. And I don't remember which one it was. I wonder if it was that ragdoll pack that I bought. Or I got for free or something. Let me see. Either this one or it was this one, but I can't remember which. The replay system, but it might just be saving a video. Allows you to instantly integrate an easy to use replay system into your project. Oh, kurwa. Well, that just kind of works. That's free too. It doesn't even cost anything. I suppose that's good enough to start, right? That works up to 5.3. You could probably still use it on 5.4 or 5.5. Pretty cool. Emofoy, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. So yeah, that would be the... I'll give you the link in chat for that, since that's what you're looking for. That seems to just work. Check out Penguin. Check out that link that's right above your message, and tell me if that would do what you would want to, because that is free. Okay, would this work? Values, working weight index. Check that index against the valid NPC indices that we have. Because we're storing the index. Oh no, the values is going through the weights. Other than your library, but I thought it was like a theater mode rather than you saving characters' movements. It's what it looks like is that it is saving your character's movement, and it probably replays that with a separate actor. I don't know. It is a little confusing. So maybe that would do what you want it to do. I'm not sure. Array index. Oh yeah, this is not saving the indices. I keep getting distracted and forgetting what I'm trying to do. Let me focus for like two minutes. Okay, grab the values. These are the weights. We need to see if those weights are accurate. If the weight itself, array element, is greater than 0, add it to the weight. Otherwise, disregard it. We then need to make an array of the NPC indices that shouldn't be here. That on accident. My bad. Then use the array index to add unique of the element. And we need to check if the index, which would match up to the encounter, is findable. Add it to the list of weights. As we go through and determine if that's the right one to spawn. Okay. We will double check if that's valid. Should be though. But we'll double check. Okay. Put a breakpoint here. And let's see if we can hit it. Three available stages. Only one of them, the thief, has a working weight. So we should skip. Oh, hold on. I did mess this up. Wonder why it looked weird. Try it again. It should be the same. 001. The only valid index should be 2. And the only weight should be 1. That looks correct. Total weight, random integer between 1 and 1. Surprisingly, that's 1. Index 0 will fail. Index 1 will fail. Index 2 will succeed. And if the working weight, which is 1, is less than or equal to the random chosen weight, that is our chosen NPC. I don't know if we have a backup though. We don't ever set a chosen NPC. By default, it would just go to 0. So what I need to do is probably set a Boolean for found NPC. Then do a branch here. If we found an NPC, go ahead and do all the associated bits and bobs with that. Otherwise, out of an abundance of safety, let's do a just return. And was NPC spawned, false, spawn NPC, fall, blah, blah, blah. Shouldn't need to connect any of that. Okay, let me try double checking here. Let's set the warrior's spawn chance to 1. Run through this again. So it should be 101. Oh, 011, sorry. So the valid indices should be 1 and 2 with a total weight of 2. Total weight of 2. NPC indices 1 and 2. Random chosen weight will be between 1 and 2. And it is 1. So go through these. First index will fail. Second index will be less than or equal to, in which case we found an NPC. Break the loop. This is true. We go through. Current stage. That is the skeleton mage. Is that accurate? Yes. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. That's not accurate. Okay, we can fix that. Everything in here looks fine. Something else is wrong. Classic. And it's wherever we're setting up the... A current encounter, if it's equal to none, true, complete NPC stage empty, is valid class, false. We should just run through, goes through each NPC in each of the story stages, and will determine if they are actually valid to spawn. So why is it failing to build this properly? We can double check. The only 3 valid ones should be the... Well, let me check actually. I don't know. It should really only be the warrior and the thief. Well, no, because technically the mage, the warrior, the thief, the skeleton mage, these should all pass the encounter requirements. And they're clearly not. Okay, that looks fine. We have mage 0, skeleton mage 1, thief 1. Oh. I know the reason. It's not a bug. I temporarily, because we don't have this NPC written yet, I just shoved in an encounter. So it's not that the skeleton mage is available to spawn. It is the warrior, but using the skeleton mage's encounter ID.
Mr. President, wake up.
No, you, Joe. Actually, go to sleep. You've had your time. Time for bed. Okay, so that wasn't a bug then. So I think our spawning is fixed. Good old classic, not a bug. Time to wake up? What are you talking about? I'm woke. I'm not a telephobe. Oh. Pinched one off, did we? Classic. Oh! You're a fartophiliac. Okay, let me try doing then because the mage was spawning because it was succeeding its checks. The skeleton mage was not spawning, I don't know why. Probably because it doesn't have a unique encounter, so it was skipping it. So in order to check this, let me set mage's starting weight to 1, warrior to 0, so that we are doing a 1-0-1. Just as a double check of the weight system. Where'd you even get these soundboards? There's like a website where you can download some sound effects, and they had these. But yeah, it was kind of hard to find like the splashing sound. More difficult than you think. Okay, total weight is again 2. However, NPC indices are now 0 and 2, so we're skipping index 1. 1-0-1. We've chosen 1. So it should just return index 0. Which it does. Found NPC true. So grab the current stage, that is the mage, and return it. Okay. So whatever bug was there for warrior spawned check spawning logic is fixed. And likely the same bug was actually applying to this as well, but I won't mark it as complete until I fully test it. And this I fixed. So it should be good. Yeah, Merchant 1 does require Thief 1. Beautiful. Okay, I think that will be it for me today on this matter. I don't think I need to save anything. You know what, we'll just save it, whatever. Yeah, so let me do my quick little outro for you guys, and especially because there's so many awesome new faces today. We had so many follows today, it was crazy. Thank you guys for all the love today, and especially for all the follows and the subs. Really, really appreciate it. All the money we make on this channel goes towards the game's development. We do a Discord where we post our newest builds and any info. It's a little bit dead right now, but if you'd like to just hang out there and check back when we get announcements of the game or what's going on, you can, and of course that will probably pick up quite a bit when we actually get funding and can start full-time development on it. We also have a YouTube channel where we post all of our videos from, like these, this video here will be on YouTube, and we post gameplay, some game reviews. We post all of our gameplay that we play on stream, and we do some Tim Kaine reactions for those of you who are interested in some, some long form yapping about game development and different topics between me and Tim Kaine, an industry legend, creator of Fallout, would know him as. So you can check that out. And last but not least, we do have a Twitter where we post some updates and information about the game, or I respond to some crazy tweets that random developers do, such as, what was the latest one? Ah, yes, for those of you asking about the PC version of Code Violet, they're not going to bring the game to PC because they don't want anyone modding nude mods into their game. And of course, if you own a copy of our games via legal means or otherwise, we fully support you being able to mod it and or cheat in it without restrictions. So guys, I will go here today. Sorry, my speech is pretty much dead today. Thank you again for all the love, and it was nice seeing you guys. Street Gamer, I will get back to you after the stream. Just give me like 30 so minutes to get rested and get some food in me. And I will see you all tomorrow. We will be testing out the merchant's dialogue. That should take us probably max a couple of hours, depending on if we find any severe issues. And then we can jump into some pre-production for the environmental puzzles that we had designed. And I'm looking forward to that. So guys, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day. Peace, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Issues, you mean features, exactly. Bye-bye, Dramolix. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.